And also, of course, you're allowing or liberating a force, a private force, that's free of a lot of the corruption and mismanagement and poor leadership that we've seen throughout the Russian military. And that's why Prigozhin and Wagner have become so powerful, and why they've been able to stand up and challenge the military here. The point, of course, is that is to see where this goes from here. Vladimir Putin has, of course, as we've been discussing all morning, been severely weakened by this. It's hard to see how he can possibly come back from this kind of setback politically or militarily. It's exposed a lot of criticism, a lot of weaknesses within his own military. It's exposed a lot of failures of confidence, of morale within his own military. And it's undercut the primary reason for going to fight in Ukraine, for launching the special military operation, as he calls it, which was originally intended to make Russia safer, when patently it's done quite the opposite.
Yeah, it certainly has. We want to move on to this other article from France 24. This time we want to move out of Russia, out of Europe, and head to Africa now. And this story about the renewed violence in Darfur. Of course, we're seeing the rapid support forces clashing with the Sudanese military. And it's interesting, there are allegations now of genocide taking place.
Yeah, and I think this is a very pointed remark from the Kenyan president, William Ruto, who gave the interview to France 24. Older viewers will remember the genocide in Darfur back in the early 2000s. That was a terrible crisis. It lasted for many years. The rapid support forces are, of course, an evolution of the Janjaweed, who were largely responsible for carrying out that original genocide. And so the Kenyan president's use of the term genocide, I think, is calling attention to the way in which the rapid support forces are fighting and renewed violence that we're seeing now in Darfur. You might recall some time back when, soon after the fighting broke out in Sudan, that we talked about the possibility of fighting spreading to those regions, in Darfur in particular, and that is exactly what we are seeing now. The longer this goes on, the more the fighting is likely to spread across into other regions of Sudan.
Yeah.
And we're likely to see more ethnic conflict. We're likely to see the collapse of the state entirely. But Darfur, I think, is a particularly worrying part of the crisis. And as I said, the Kenyan president pointing to that very explicitly.
It's frightening.
It's frightening indeed. Peter, to our last story for the day. Before the incidents in Russia had taken place, it was all about the submersible which exploded. It seems that the base of the ocean looking for the Titanic. The Washington Post has written an opinion piece. It says, before condemning Titan's pilot, consider his side of the story. What side of the story does the Washington Post want us to consider?
Well, the Washington Post is asking us to consider that he might not have been quite as reckless as he's made out to be. Stockton Rush was, of course, an idealist and adventurer, a man who was quite explicitly willing to push the boundaries of the technology. But the Washington Post is arguing that he comes from a very long tradition of explorers and adventurers who understood the risk, who were taking calculated risks that nevertheless from time to time would go terribly wrong. Now, Washington Post is acknowledging that Stockton Rush is largely responsible for the failure of the dive of the submersible, of the Titan, and he's largely responsible for the deaths of all of those passengers on board, including himself. But the Post points out that he's not a suicidal man, that he genuinely believed that the technology was capable, and that if he believed all of the naysayers, then they simply wouldn't be pushing the boundaries in the way that they have. And the Post also points out that all of those on board understood that this was going to be a very risky mission. On the first page of the waiver form that they signed, it mentioned death at least 3 times. Now, again, the Post is also very careful to argue that they're not, that those people aren't responsible. We really do need to be sympathetic and mindful of the loss of the families. But ultimately, the Post is reminding us that this is part of human nature, that humans by definition are explorers, that we've always pushed boundaries, whether it's into space or undersea, or across borders. And so It's arguing that this is a much more nuanced crisis, a much more nuanced problem, that Stockton Rush is a much more complicated figure than the cartoonish villain that a lot of media reports are making him out to be, and that we need to be at least perhaps a little bit more sympathetic to Rush himself.
Peter Grester, it's always fabulous having you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's a pleasure.
Back home in Sydney, Harbour Bridge is a festival of football this morning in celebration of the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup, which officially kicks off in 25 days. We are counting down. Let's bring in host of ABC's The Ticket, Tracy Holmes. Now, Tracy, earlier on you walked across the bridge with so many other people to launch this event. It looked like everyone there was really excited about the upcoming World Cup.
They certainly were. I've moved to a much quieter spot now, Fausia, because I want to introduce you to Rhiannon Martin, who is FIFA's head of Women's Football World Cup. It's a huge job. You've done it before. You were in France 2019. What can we expect from 2023?
Yeah, I think what we can expect, first of all, is massive stadiums. We've got some great opportunities here for everyone to come and watch the matches. And I think really the level of football that we're going to see is going to be improving as we go through the tournament.
Well, a little bit earlier, you were with me up on the Harbour Bridge. It was incredibly windy, 4,000 people celebrating. They released the Unity jersey, which is basically reflective of all the colours of the host countries, Australia and New Zealand, and the landscapes in both of those countries, and a square for each of the 32 nations competing. It's a bigger tournament this time, the first time it's 32 nations for women. What can we expect just from that increase?
Yeah, you're quite right. Yeah, increasing from 24 to 32 teams is massive for us. We've got 8 brand new teams as well playing, coming from actually all of the different continents as well. So I think what we can expect is to have, just really good quality football. We saw in the Confederations qualifiers last summer how just the level has improved over the last couple of years.
And you've been out, you've looked at all of the venues, you've inspected here in Sydney, across in New Zealand, Brisbane, Melbourne, all of the cities that are hosting events. But what about the players themselves? Because you must have noticed this in 2019. When there are full crowds, when there are full stadiums, when the world has tuned in, which they now do for women's football, what does that do with the performance on the pitch?
Yeah, you're quite right. It's an inspiration, I think, for every player to have got to this stage. It's absolutely massive. I think we will see, hopefully like we saw in the Men's World Cup in Qatar last year, that some of the teams who are performing for the first time will go even better than they were. I mean, we saw what happened with Morocco, what happened with Saudi Arabia in the Men's World Cup. We're hoping to have some surprise results as well. But all of the groups are very strong. I know Australia have got a particularly strong group, but we're just looking forward to some fantastic football kicking off in 25 days.
We know that one of the teams that are making their debut here will be the Morocco women's team, and I've seen some shots of some of the facilities that they have been built for them the first time they've qualified, and they outdo some of the men's facilities that I've seen in some parts of Europe. I mean, there's a real investment and there's a real wish, and I think they just want the women to succeed in places that we haven't heard about before.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think the investment that we have seen here in Australia and also in New Zealand has been pretty significant. Our training sites have been upgraded. We've got a very qualified pitch management team who are focused on making sure that the surfaces that are being played on are going to be the best ever. And there's a lot of renovations going on as well here in Australia and New Zealand to leave a legacy behind after the Women's World Cup. So, yeah, it's very exciting and we're delighted to be here.
Yep, 25 days to go. Thank you, Rhiannon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tracy Holmes. What a fabulous morning there on the bridge, celebrating the countdown to the Women's World Cup. 25 days. 25 days. Well, there is no end in sight to the Hollywood writers' strike that has ground both local and international productions to a halt. Actors are also threatening to strike and could do so within just a week.
Well, for more, let's bring in film and TV critic Wen Lima. Welcome to the show, Wenli. Okay, so now we know that the Directors Guild of America has struck a deal with the actors union have voted that they will join in this strike if they don't get a deal.
Yeah. And
Where are we at?
there's a deadline of June 30 for the actors, so we're like within a week. If they don't strike a deal, and they have some of the same concerns as writers and directors to do with streaming residuals, to do with AI, to do with all those sorts of things that we're all kind of worried about. And if they don't get a deal, they're going to join the Rise on the Picket line, which really could hold at what really will hold absolutely everything.
Because right now, I mean, it's been going on 2 months, now, 50 odd days. Is it really materially impacting any of the output? Because all the shows are seemingly still going ahead, the drama, the comedies.
Absolutely, because I think there's a lot of stuff that's been banked up for months, but so many dozens and dozens of productions have actually stopped filming. So what we're going to see as audiences is a massive impact in a few months' time towards the end of the year. You know, things like Stranger Things won't be back when they're expected to. Andor, I think, has already had its next season pushed back heaps. So these are the big shows that people are expecting to come back at a certain time and won't. And if the actors strike as well, that really strengthens the writers' case. And you're going to have a lot of more high-profile people as well that the audience could be listening to, and you see them on the picket line going, studios are making billions of dollars, not paying us enough.
Well, one show that hasn't been affected because it's back on our screens is And Just Like That. This is the second season of Sex and the City. It hasn't got great reviews.
No, I think Sex and the City, like, I loved the show when it came out back in the 90s, the late 90s. And I think it was very fresh and very pioneering for the time.
Yeah.
I feel like we stayed behind in that era, and this new revival, the first season was 18 months ago. It did some really weird stuff, like it kept shouting, "This is 2021 and there's Instagram now." I do think the second season has settled into those rhythms a bit more. The new characters they've introduced, which are from culturally diverse backgrounds, they've got a lot more screen time. But it's also really weird because everyone is now super, super rich. They're not like scrappy in their 30s. So it's really unrelatable. Their problems are like, I don't know what to do with my +1 for the Met Gala. Or like, my very expensive handbag got stolen. I'm like, I do not relate to this.
So it's interesting. Do you think it will appeal to those that got hooked in the late 80s and 90s with the original, or do you think it's going to pick up some new followers?
I think it would be weird to pick up new followers at this point, but I do know all of my friends who watched the original series, they are watching this. I mean, a lot of them hate watching it. Yep, out of nostalgia, out of wanting to be part of the conversation, and a lot of them are definitely, you know, I get a flurry of text messages going, what was that?
I think the Guardian headline about it was a lavish, ridiculous and hilarious meme fest. So
It is that, but I'm not sure it's aware of its own ridiculousness.
The only reason I have it in the background really is to look at the clothes.
Oh, and they're beautiful, and the fashion is beautiful and unattainable.
Now, of course, you know, the big headlines this week was the Titanic, the Titan submersible incident, of course, where 5 people died and everything. What is it about people and entertainment? But now we're seeing Celine Dion's My Heart Will Go On, you know, busting on Spotify. So because of this particular story, people are listening more to this particular song.
They are, and they're watching Titanic as well on Netflix or on whichever streaming service. It's like when the pandemic happened and everyone raced to watch Contagion, the Steven Soderbergh movie. I think we just perversely want to be stuck in the story no matter what. And to be fair, Celine Dion's song has never gone away. Every single bus I walk past is playing it.
Do you think Netflix is coming under pressure to do, though, for showing Titanic again? What is the feel? What are people saying about that?
Well, there is actually a documentary that they released at the same time called, I think it's Just Breathe Deeply. It's about a free diver, the woman who holds the world record for free diving. She can submerge 107 metres under, and it came out at the same time. That is a really awkward moment to release that. But I think Netflix and other streamers never really kind of did pull things back. I remember last year that they released Byron Bay influencer show. At the same time, the whole region was flooded under.
Okay, we didn't have time to talk about the Swifties and Taylor Swift coming to Sydney. The Era's tour at eye-wateringly expensive prices, but we'll get you back on to talk about that next time.
Can't wait.
Weema, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, over the past 28 years, the annual Cockroach Cup has become the race that almost stops the Pilbara city of Karratha. Hundreds of people gathered to watch the fastest cockies battle it out for the championship.
Only in Australia,
Really? Things and cockroaches, right?
There is, however, a stomach-churning twist for the winner. Jasmine Chong reports.
The Cockroach Cup is held every year here at the Karratha Cats Football Club. It's been a tradition for almost 3 decades. Preparations for the race start in the morning with the racing roaches collected from Karratha's finest sewers. They're brought to the football club and allocated the names of local players and club sponsors. The racing roaches are auctioned off to the highest bidder, with the cockroaches fetching anywhere from $5 to $500 each. When it comes to the race itself, the rules are pretty simple. Whichever cockroach reaches the end of the race track first wins cash prize. But there's a catch. The owner of the winning ground has to eat their roach before they can collect the prize money. Yes, you heard me correctly. They have to eat their prize cockroach. This year's winner was Revive Raider, and its owners Chantel and Simon followed through with the required consumption to collect their winnings.
I would eat the roach, but I did not think that we would win, and I didn't think I was actually going to have to.
I didn't think that we were going to win either.
No, I didn't think that was going to happen. When I said yes, I was like, oh yeah, I'll eat a roach, but no.
The event raises money for the football club, and based on the success of this year's event, it's fair to say the Karratha Cockroach Cup will be back again next year.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere from that calendar.
No, it's not. It's not. It looks like there's a huge social scene around it, isn't there?
Fun.
Yeah.
Something fun. Why not? Jared, would you go to one of those?
Would you?
Yeah, look like fun. Why
Would
not?
you commentate a cockroach race?
Love to commentate a cockroach race more than, eat the cockroaches at the end.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
Absolutely. Let's talk about one of the best matches in the season in the netball finals.
Yeah, what a start to the Super Netball finals. We saw this as a major semi-final. The Adelaide Thunderbirds getting the better of the Swifts, but the Swifts were winning pretty much the whole match. They led at every change. They looked to be cruising along, but then the Thunderbirds in the final quarter really turned things around. They won that final quarter 19-14 to force extra time, a frantic few seconds. So this was the Swifts with the ball. They're up by one. Only 6 or so seconds left. They threw it away there for some reason, and the Thunderbirds took full advantage with the last-second shot, and there you go, tied things up at 58 apiece to head into extra time. And then with all that momentum, the Thunderbirds won 6-4 in that extra decider, so they're now through to the grand final. They'll now have a week off. The Swifts will play the winner of the West Coast Fever v Melbourne Vixens game. That is the minor semi-final. That will be later on today, and you can see how much it meant to the Thunderbirds. They're the Swifts, the standout team, the minor premiers in this season, but that is 2 wins in 2 weeks for the Thunderbirds over the Swifts. So even if the Swifts do get through to the grand final, they'll have to get over a bit of a mental hurdle, I think, losing twice in a row to the same team. But yeah, quick game of Super Bowl.
All right, we'll check in with you later for tennis, but thanks, Jared.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And so Insiders is up next with David Sears. Thanks for your company. That's all for this morning for our viewers on ABC TV. We'll be back in an hour with the latest developments out of Russia, where attempt to coup fails.
You stay with us on Weekend Breakfast.
Australia's biggest tax scam.
There were Porsches, there were BMWs, there was an aircraft.
They set it up, gloated about it, manipulated people. How they did it.
Where are we going to introduce money to?
And how it fell apart.
How are you going to move the money? I mean, gone. The money's gone.
Four Corners, tomorrow, ABC TV and ABC iView.
New lies.
My boxing coach tells me I have very strong left hook.
New confessions.
I spent 8 hours in class and dress searching for my teeth.
New laughs.
You just sound like I did body language training, so it depends on
Same old, would I lie to you?
How did you lose your teeth? Well, because I was at Glastonbury.
Would I lie to you? Thursday on ABC iView and TV Plus.
We need to hard launch ourselves on this town. Operation Sugar Daddy. So what's the plan? Well, that's find rich and husbands. And all others, preferably old, so they die soon. Must be nice. Have a shower and completely jump classes. Should we shower?
Friends of yours.
Mine? No, stop it. Me. Miracle. You are It's au revoir, you French fuck.
I'm on the top of the winning list, getting on the Benjamins. This just
We are one.
but we are ready.
Hello, Catherine Robinson with the top stories on ABC News. The Wagner Group chief Yevgeny Prigozhin will move to Belarus and all charges against him will be dropped following a de-escalation deal brokered by the Belarusian president. The mercenary group was accused of staging a mutiny and were about 200 kilometres away from the capital when they turned around to retreat. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says the Wagner revolt has exposed complete chaos in Russia. Emergency services in South Australia are warning a dam at Hope Forest south of Adelaide is at high risk of failure. Overflowing water could impact nearby properties, but affected residents have left the area. It comes after heavy rainfall throughout the state this week. Thousands of people, including local and international football legends, have marched across the Sydney Harbour Bridge for the 2023 Women's World Cup. The comp kicks off in 25 days. It's being co-hosted by Australia and New Zealand across 9 cities from July 20. And the Sydney Swans are flying high after thrashing a hapless West Coast 205 to 34 points at the SCG. Star player Isaac Heaney booted 5 goals throughout the game. And that's the latest from ABC News. I'm Catherine Robinson.
Regardless of the polls, the Voice referendum will go ahead, with the Prime Minister rejecting Peter Dutton's call to shelve the whole thing. If not now, when, says Anthony Albanese, as he tries to stir the nation to get behind this historic constitutional change. I'm David Spears. Welcome to Insiders. It was the final week of Parliament before the long winter recess and a frustrating week for the government. The Greens teamed up with the Coalition to delay a vote on Labor's social housing fund. The minor party is championing more action for renters and causing the government great irritation. The Senate did pass the bill to allow the Indigenous Voice referendum to proceed. An historic moment and one of celebration for voice advocates. They hope this debate will now be driven by the people, not politicians. But there's no removing the politics from what's become an increasingly heated and emotional argument. Despite the divisions, the Prime Minister is all in, insisting Australians will have their say on the Voice before the end of the year.
Legislation enabling a vote on the Indigenous Voice to Parliament is tonight through the Senate.
The ayes 52 and the noes 19.
Parliaments pass laws, but it is people who make history.
Yay for victory! Today, the political debate ends.
No harm can come from this referendum, only good.
If the yes vote is successful, we will be divided forever.
Well, happy Assimilation Day. I'll be voting no to this disastrous idea of giving us no power.
Senator Thorpe had previously said she would not give her outright support to either the yes or no campaign.
I was in negotiation with the government and I thought that they would act in good faith, so they didn't come good.
What is the Voice? What is it?
The no pamphlet, absolutely I'll be there. I mean, I'm looking forward to it.
As Northern Australian Land Council leaders deliver the Barunga statement supporting the Voice.
I'm incredibly humbled by your presence.
presence.
The Indigenous voice to Parliament's been the subject of daily questions by the opposition.
My question is to the Minister for Indigenous Australians.
My question is to the Minister for Indigenous
Australians.
I can tell you what the voice will not be giving advice on. It won't be giving advice on changing Australia Day.
Order.
The voice may give advice, but the Parliament retains its primacy.
Would the Voice be able to make representations to the Chief
Would the Voice have the power to offer advice to the Reserve Bank?
I have been to communities where babies are drinking sweet cordial instead of water because it's cheaper. So do not tell me what I do or do not know about Aboriginal Australia. I am not interested in culture wars. I am interested in closing the gap.
The Australian public is not ready to vote for The Voice. The Voice hasn't been explained to them. It's a deliberate strategy to starve the Australian people of that information.
10 minutes of misinformation. 10 minutes spent trying to create confusion and spread division. 10 minutes totally devoid of empathy.
The Prime Minister is set on that course of going to a referendum election knowing that it's going to fail. He should delay it or pull it back altogether.
If not now, when? And if not under my Prime Ministership, under whose? Thanks very much.
And my guest this morning is the Minister for Housing and Homelessness, Julie Collins. First, let's check what's making news. And it's the coup that never was. The head of the private Russian military force, the Wagner Group, has ordered his mercenaries to halt their march to Moscow to avoid shedding Russian blood. Yevgeny Prigozhin controls some 25,000 mercenaries who've been fighting Russia's war in Ukraine. His forces had already taken the southern city of Rostov-on-Don. After an intervention from the Belarusian leader, Lukashenko, Prigozhin has now agreed to turn back. Back here, social media giants will face heavy fines if they fail to remove disinformation and misinformation under a crackdown by the Albanese government. The government will today release draft legislation which could see multi-million-dollar fines imposed. It would be up to the Australian Communications and Media Authority to decide what constitutes a breach. And finally, in the News Corp papers, James Campbell reports the National Party looks set for another leadership change. He suggests if David Littleproud were to be challenged, the most likely candidates would be Barnaby Joyce and Keith Pitt. Now, yes, campaigners for The Voice aren't panicking about the polls, but some are concerned and aware the no case has an easy task to simply seed doubt. And that's exactly what the opposition's been doing all week, raising all sorts of questions, some far-fetched, about what The Voice might do. The government didn't always have the clearest answers. With a 5-week break now from Parliament, the Yes campaign is hoping to get away from all of that and back to the practical benefits they argue this change is all about. Let's see what the panel makes of it. We're joined this week by Jennifer Hewitt, Mark Kenny and Dana Morse. Very good morning to all of you. Dana, let's start with what happened on The Voice this week. Legislation passed the Senate. Plenty of celebration, as I say, about that, but it didn't end the political debate that followed all week long, really. What was the opposition's strategy during the week, do you think?
Well, very clearly to sow division and doubt about this. They've made their no position on The Voice very clear, and now they want to realise that just as much as the government wants to realise a yes position. And it's really entirely in keeping with someone of Peter Dutton's political tenure. Over the years, this has, been a game that he's played a number of times, particularly when it involves minority groups and people of colour. Do you think it worked, Mark?
Well, it's working in the sense that we see a lot of polling data and it all seems to be trending in the same direction, that there's a declining support or at least declining enthusiasm. We don't know how sort of reliable this data is because it's such a hypothetical question. It's so far off and people haven't engaged. But I think you'd have to say that the opposition would be very happy with its work, even though it seemed to me like the project was, as Dana said, it was about sowing doubt, but it was also about, I think, humiliating the minister, and I think that was a pretty unfortunate spectacle we saw in the House of Reps.
Well, there were a lot of questions targeted at Linda Burney. The coalition was reaching for a lot of scenarios about what The Voice might do.
The Voice be able to make representations to the Chief of Defence Force on military acquisitions or the location or operation of military bases.
I can tell you what The Voice will not be giving advice on. It won't be giving advice on parking tickets. It won't be giving advice on changing Australia Day. It will not be giving advice on all of the ridiculous things that this side has come up with.
Jeff, some of the suggestions might have been ridiculous, but Australia Day, it's not so far-fetched, is it? It's something Voice could feasibly want to look at down the track.
Well, in fact, the Voice could look at anything it wanted under the working constitutional proposal that the government's put up. What it requires, I think, is a leap of faith and a will to say, well, it wouldn't do anything too stupid. It wouldn't be trying to advise the Reserve Bank, and it wouldn't be trying to advise the Defence Forces, but it actually could, and that is where the opposition is going. And of course, the other idea that there's a leap of faith in is that, and where the government's now trying to focus, is that it will have a big impact on closing the gap, as Linda Burney said, not culture wars, closing the gap. Now that again, though, requires some degree of optimism that that all of the conditions that we've seen that led all the problems with our health and education and alcoholism and abuse, that can be fixed by this Voice. The government will be focused on that, and
back to those practical benefits. But when it comes to all these hypotheticals about will benefits, right? It can technically advise on, there's no limit on scope here. What's the difficulty for the government, Mark, in trying to answer these questions? Because you saw they did struggle at times. Is it because they're trying to speak to constituencies about how much power Voice will have?
I think that's part of it, right? And it's also around this question of advice, this idea of advising. A lot of people are conflating that with interfering and with changing or slowing the process of governing, of legislation and litigation and so forth. But essentially, yes, the Voice can advise on all of these things. I think if you go to specifically to your question, what is the government trying to avoid? It probably comes out in that confusion, that answer about Australia Day, because the government doesn't want this to get bogged down in that issue in particular, because it's an emotional issue for a lot of people. But it's actually a quintessentially central issue for the kind of thing the Voice could look at, because that is a policy or a rule at the moment that does disproportionately affect Aboriginal people in this country.
Do you think
why shouldn't it advise on that?
Well, indeed. Dana, do you think the Yes campaign is aware that they need to have a clearer answer to some of these questions? Perhaps it is that, sure, it can advise on whatever it wants, but it's advice only.
Exactly, and the government can very much say thank you, but no thank you. We'll continue on this particular path. But to speak to the issue of January 26th, what are people protesting about on January 26th? They're protesting about the invasion. They're protesting about the genocide of Aboriginal people that is ongoing today. Now, the Voice would most likely seek to address those issues, seek to address the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in custody, seek to address the systemic poverty that is then protested on January 26th. That would be probably, most likely, I would say, the first point of call here. And it will take some time before those issues are adequately addressed. Now, yes, the Voice would most likely have something to say about January 26th as a whole, but when you think about the amount of advice that is given to governments, do you really want to give them too much that they can't action, or do you want to give them things that are going to make a real palpable difference?
It all comes down to, though, as Mark says, seeding this data around whether that ability to advise on anything slows things down, slows down the process of government, leads to court challenges and so on. That's gumming up the way government works.
And I think, obviously, it's the Voice that's the issue in terms of the confusion in the community. There's no doubt, I think, that the great overwhelming majority of Australians would vote for constitutional recognition now without any problem at all, be overwhelming. But there is a great deal of uncertainty and confusion about the Voice, what its powers would be, what it would actually achieve. And I don't think, and that also includes, of course, people like Lydia Thorpe, who are against it. And
for exactly the opposite reason.
Yeah, for exactly the opposite reason, to say Senator Nampijiri. Yes, that's right. So, there is a lot of confusion. I don't think, of course, the opposition can sow doubt, but the reason they can do that is because there's an enormous uncertainty and confusion in the public.
Yeah, it's true. But it is for the Parliament to decide that. That's the way this has been set up. So the Constitution gets changed to create the Voice, and then the Parliament will legislate this body, which will be wholly subordinate to the Parliament. So that's actually, you know, it does lead to it leaves open that scope for Dutton and co to cast doubt about this, to talk about the risks. But I think that the response needs to be, the real risk is not changing what we're doing now. The real risk is the ongoing poor outcomes in all these different areas. That's actually a much bigger risk.
You saw a bit of that from some government ministers later in the week. You know, we've had years and years of trying all these things, and look at the gap, and it's closing the gap to targets on health and education and housing and informal, all these things.
And billions of dollars.
We've got to
that. Yeah.
Is that a bit of a response, do you think, for them to focus on those practical outcomes?
Yes, to some extent, because that is what the public need to know. I mean, Jennifer, you say there is confusion about the voice, and you say it's a leap of faith for people to think that the voice will improve those things. But we do know that when people are consulted on the things that affect their lives, it will improve, it will get better. There's not really a possible way that it could get worse. So for the government to then turn around and say, this is what we are planning to hear from the voice on, this is how we want to be advised or given better information about how to spend taxpayer money to improve the lives of Aboriginal people, that's very much the message they should be pushing.
Yeah, but there clearly is confusion there, and we'll get to the polls in a moment on this. But what we're seeing with that falling in support, yes, some polls still have the yes vote well ahead of the no vote, but it is leading Peter Dutton to now argue that the whole thing should be put on hold.
If the Prime Minister is set on that course, going to an election or going to a referendum election, knowing that it's going to fail and that reconciliation will be set back, he should delay it or pull it back altogether.
But Jennifer, didn't Peter Dutton just vote to have the referendum go ahead?
Yes, well, that's right. I mean, obviously the Liberal Party could do nothing other than do that, really, given what where the government was, that they'd gone to the election on it and things like that.
But
I think they're saying you can at least defer it, and I think saying that we should really kind of now compromise on this. And of course, the government is not going to do that. So I don't think this is going to be very popular with the public, either position in that sense.
The idea of calling it off.
Calling it off. I mean, because now the government is absolutely, one, it's not going to compromise on the wording. It's made that very obvious, and it's certainly not going to...
It's passed through the parliament.
Yeah, and it's certainly not going to defer it. And I think despite Linda Burney saying the political debate is over, well, that's absolutely not correct. But I think they will be relying on the fact that there will be, that huge degree of support from, not just from business, which of course is a double-edged sword in that way, but, from various community groups and sporting groups and things like that, and kind of getting a more general and emotive feeling out in the community and just saying this is a good idea. Whether that will work or not, I mean, I don't know.
Well, I want to come back to this question of whether things get really bad, should it be called off? The Prime Minister's certainly not of that mind. He's adamant that whatever happens, he's got to go ahead with it. He believes that this has been the call of Indigenous people through the Uluru Dialogues, and it's on him to actually take that forward to a vote. But on the polls themselves, there's plenty of them now over the last few weeks and months. There'll be plenty more to come as well. Casey Briggs has started taking a dive into all of the numbers for us, and he's going to be tracking what happens with the support for the yes and the no case, and trying to make sense of what all those polls, all the research is telling us. I caught up with Casey just a short time ago.
Well, David, we don't like looking at just single polls here at Insiders. Where we can, we much prefer to look at all of them at once. So here they are, the national polls measuring support for The Voice. This one here is one that drew a lot of attention a few weeks back from Resolve. It was the first one published in Australia where more people were saying no, 51%, than said yes. There was another poll published yesterday in newspapers from JWS Research. It was published yesterday, but it was actually conducted at the start of the month, about the same time as that Resolve poll, and it's come up with some similar numbers. So there's two there where no are ahead of yes, but there's a bit of uncertainty around because in that same week, this poll from Essential had yes at 60%. That all being said, it doesn't take a statistics degree to see there is clearly a bit of contraction happening here. You can really eyeball that trajectory. But rather than me just drawing on a touchscreen, let's do something a little bit more rigorous. Just like we did for the federal election campaign last year, we're computing a polling average of all of these using a model that that was developed by Professor Simon Jackman from the University of Sydney. And here's what it looks like. Dozens of polls aggregated into a single trend line, a trend line that's going down and currently is sitting at about 51.7% for the yes side. Here's Simon Jackman.
It's patently obvious. You don't need to fit a model even to see that yes has given up anywhere from 4 to perhaps as much as 10 points since the start of the year.
So there is a lot of uncertainty still here. Those differences in polls we're seeing has pushed the interval of confidence that we have in our average wider. It's currently sitting at almost 6 percentage points. So a lot of variation in those polls. And some of that is just random expected noise. It is a function of statistics and sampling. But Simon Jackman does say there are probably other factors that are influencing it as well.
There's all the things like question wording, method of sampling, method of correcting for unrepresentativeness in sampling, and that leads to even greater variation across polls. It's something we're quite accustomed to seeing in Australian polling. Now, what we're seeing of late is a little on the large side.
And just one more thing, David, these are all national polls, aggregating everyone in the country into a single number. But remember, the states are equally important in determining whether this referendum passes or fails. And it is entirely plausible that we might see the national figure higher than 50%, even as high as that 51.7%, and still see the referendum defeated because at least 3 states have voted against.
And Casey, now that the referendum bill's through the Parliament, we are expecting to see a lot more campaigning start to ramp up. Do we have any indication yet of each side's strategies?
David, I've always said if you want to know a campaign's strategy, look at where it spends its money. So let's do it with a platform that does share a bit of information about ad spending. This is Facebook. The 2 largest Facebook pages are the Yes23 campaign on the yes side and Fair Australia on the no side. Both have spent roughly similar amounts on ads in the last 90 days on Facebook, about $110,000. Not a huge amount of money, but what's really interesting is how they're choosing to spend it. If you look at the per capita spending across the 6 states, Yes23 is spending it, roughly evenly across all of them. But No is choosing to focus on 4 states in particular. They're choosing to focus on Queensland, South Australia, Western Australia, and Tasmania. In fact, in Queensland, No is outspending Yes 2 to 1. Why are they doing that? Again, this is about that second condition for a referendum to pass. You need 4 states to vote in favour. The polling's suggesting that that will be the easier condition to defeat if you are campaigning for No. Just like in a general election where you might consider marginal seats that get a whole lot of attention, in this referendum, I think we probably regard these 4 as the marginal states.
Casey Briggs there. We'll keep checking in with him over the course of the coming months ahead of this referendum. Just quickly, though, on the big question put to or challenge put to the PM this week about whether he should call the whole thing off or shelve it, delay it, whatever. What do you think? I mean, it's obviously it's too early to say it's all over. It's not. Yes, he's still ahead according to that trend. But Dana, is there a danger if it looks like it's going to lose, that it's just going to cause too much damage?
I think the damage is already done. It's already been won, or already been run in this way that they've decided to have it. The danger really is for the Prime Minister and his leadership and his chances at a second term. But in terms of the damage to the community and to the Aboriginal population, being discussed in this way is damaging, and that is already happening amongst our communities. We saw an acknowledgement of that in the federal budget, the $10.5 million for mental health that experts say won't touch the sides of demand that's out there.
So press ahead. Mark, would you agree that regardless of what happens now with the polls, he should press ahead?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know how seriously we should take this polling. I mean, Casey made some very good points there about all the different caveats, yeah. But it's also true to say that we're a long way from the actual vote. And Brian Loughnane, when he was federal director of the Liberal Party, used to make the point to me when I was writing polling stories for the Herald and the Age. He'd say, look, you're wasting your money. It's all highly theoretical in the middle of a term, right? You shouldn't be doing so much polling. And I think that is where most voters are on this question at the moment. They haven't really engaged in it, so we actually don't know what their...
But it could be 4 months or less now.
Yeah, but
people don't turn their mind to it until much closer.
They often don't with elections, and there are a lot of uncertainties about this, and the campaigns, sort of major media campaigns haven't really started, as we've been told for a little too long, in my view. I'd like to see this actually sort of get underway now, and that's supposedly what happens now that it leaves the Parliament, as we're told. But one other thing to say about this, and that is Dutton's call is purely disingenuous. I mean, here is the divider-in-chief, the person who is trying to bring it down, actually saying at the same time that this is
all too divisive.
Yeah, that this is too divisive, and that it needs to be pulled back from in the interests of not setting back reconciliation. I mean, are people buying this?
I think it's going to be. I think the Yes campaign has to have a much stronger message. It's been too easy to be, again, more confusing. I think the negative campaign in that sense is much easier to do. And so I think that the Voice is in trouble unless that Yes campaign gets its act together. And particularly, of course, the younger people are going to be far more supportive than older people, but they've got to still really, I think, focus a lot more on the whole community.
Next few weeks are going to be critical in all of this. Time to shift to the housing debate now and talk to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness, Julie Collins. To take us there, here was the Greens spokesperson Max Chandler-Mather on the stalemate over the government's Housing Australia Future Fund.
We're now saying that we're really, bottom line, trying to make unlimited rent increases illegal. We keep shifting, and the problem actually is the government clearly have decided that this is our opportunity to get into Parliament and make sorts of wild personal accusations of tax, and forget about the fact that this is about the one-third of this country who rents, and the fact that they're currently being treated like second-class citizens.
Mr. Welcome to the program.
Morning, David.
Let's talk about rents firstly. Do you agree with the Reserve Bank Governor who has said rents will keep rising a further 10%?
Well, we're obviously concerned about those Australians that are renting. We are concerned about the rental increases. But all of the experts and the evidence tell us that what we need to do to turn this around is to add to supply. That's what we're trying to do. When it comes to the Housing Australia Future Fund, which is the bill in the Senate, we're talking about 30,000 additional social and affordable rental homes. They are rental homes. We're trying to add supply here. And then we've got parties out there saying that they're going to block this, they're not going to deal with it. And what we saw, frankly, last week in the Senate was really quite, from my perspective, disappointing. I know that the community housing providers and that the peak bodies that are on the front line every day dealing with people who are dealing with housing stress, whether they be renters, whether they be people fleeing family violence, they want to get more homes on the ground. And they're saying that the blockage of this bill in the Senate last week means there are homes that will not be built that they have ready to build.
Okay, and I will come to all of that. Just back to question, the renters out there, are they facing, as the Reserve Bank Governor says, a further 10% increase?
Well, David, we do know that the rental market is getting tighter. We know that vacancy rates are low. What we need to do is add to supply. You saw us respond in the budget in terms of our tax changes with build to rent. You saw us respond with increasing Commonwealth rental assistance. We are working hard every day to try and turn this around. There's no easy solutions to this.
What's your forecast? Is rents going to go up, as the Reserve Bank Governor says, another 10%, or do you have a different forecast?
Well, everybody suggests that they will go up. I think there's different views about what that looks like. What we want to do is add to supply as quickly as possible. We have less dwellings per 1,000 people in Australia than the OECD average. We've seen a change of household composition post the pandemic that is making that worse. So we need to add to supply and do it as quickly as we can.
All right, so if you agree rents are going to keep going up from where they are now, should there be any sort of limit on how much landlords can increase rent by?
Well, what is being proposed here about rent freezes, obviously the Commonwealth Government doesn't have the power to do under the Constitution. We've been very clear about that from the very beginning. People are talking about other forms of rent controls, such as rent capping. That is obviously the purview of the states and territories.
Do you have a view?
States and territories. Well, some of the states and territories have ruled it out completely, both freezes and caps. Obviously, there is a style of a cap currently in place in the ACT. What the overwhelming experts say, though, is that this doesn't work. We obviously obviously want to look at things that do work, and the primary thing we've been told is add to supply, and that's what we're trying to do.
There are some experts who say the ACT system does work. In fact, CoreLogic's data shows the ACT rents came off, went down a little in May, and yet more landlords are still coming into the market. Do you think it's not working in the ACT, or it is working in the ACT?
Well, all of the evidence that I've read around the ACT says what's working is adding to supply, which is what we're being told the solution is right across the country.
But they're rent caps.
Well,
is it working?
Different states and territories apply it differently, and will apply it differently if that's what they decide to do.
What's your view as a minister on what the ACT is doing?
Well, I'll leave that up to the ACT to look at their situation. Well, in some cases, it does work in a little way. Overall, the evidence and data shows that it doesn't work long-term, David. What it shows long-term, in terms of what the experts are telling us, is that it reduces supply. When you look at the evidence that is being cited by others, the evidence shows that it reduces supply significantly by up to 15%. The other thing that it shows is the quality of the stock diminishes over time. So I will look at the data and the evidence, and the data and the evidence says that it doesn't work.
Could I ask what evidence you're talking about there? Would you mind sharing viewers? You said it does work a little bit, not in the long term. But what evidence is that?
That's right. Well, if you look at the Australian Housing Urban Research Institute, you look at what Michael Fotheringham's been saying there, you look at what Graham Samuels, the former boss of the ACCC, is saying in terms of rent capping, and I cited some of that in the Parliament this week. The overwhelming evidence suggests that it doesn't work. States and territories will do their own things in terms of this. What we're being asked to do here, though, is to have 8 different jurisdictions make these decisions at the same time, and we have been told very clearly that from those jurisdictions that they won't be doing this. Some states have already ruled out both freezers and caps. What we're being asked to do is simply not achievable, and what we're not going to do is commit to something that's not achievable.
So for renters out there who you agree are facing further rent increases, the Reserve Bank Governor says a further 10%, there's nothing you will do to stop unlimited rent rises?
What we will do is we've put renters' rights on the National Cabinet agenda. We will add to supply with our changes to build to rent. We're looking at every opportunity to add to supply, and that's what you've seen us do as a government all the way along. We have added to what were our election commitments on housing substantially since that point in time, and we're doing that in a considered way, talking to the construction sector about what the constraints are in the sector and how do we get more homes on the ground more quickly. We're doing everything we can do to turn this around. It is a very complex thing, as I'm sure you're aware. I mean, if there was a silver bullet, we would have used it by now, but what we're actually trying to do is turn this around.
But it sounds like you're rolling out what the Greens are calling for, these rent caps nationwide. Is there anything more you can do to win them over in the Senate on the Housing Fund?
Well, we have moved at every opportunity. We got a letter from the crossbench, including the Greens, earlier this year, outlining 8 different things that they wanted. We have moved on all 8 of those. You've seen us talk about that publicly before. We've obviously got the support of some of the crossbench in the Senate. We're always open to having conversations, David, about getting this through. But what we saw last week was actually blocking something which would deliver homes on the ground. When people say that there's no cost to the decision and that delays don't matter, they do matter, and they matter to people on the front line. They matter to people who are sitting on public housing waiting lists. They matter to people who are fleeing family violence. They matter to veterans at risk of homelessness. It does matter, and it matters, and it's mattering in a practical way. And that's not me saying this. This is community housing providers and peak bodies who are on the ground every day dealing with these people.
You spent some of your childhood in public housing. What does it mean to you?
Well, obviously, it is very personal for me. I understand the struggles. I understand how difficult it is to make sure that more Australians have a safe, affordable place to call home. I am driven every day to do more, to make sure that we as a federal government step up to the plate. I mean, what we've got in our government is a government where we've got the Housing Minister, the Treasurer and the Prime Minister vested in this, trying to turn this around. It's the first time in more than a decade we've had a federal government at the table, working with our partners in the states and territories, working with other tiers of government, working with the sector, including the construction sector and indeed the superannuation sector, to try and turn this around, David.
Some of your Labor colleagues have been saying to me they think part of the answer to the housing crisis is doing something about short-term rentals through something like Airbnb. They point to what big cities like New York are doing. New York's put in place some tight regulations that Airbnb is fighting in the courts. Where you are, Hobart, the City Council is doubling council rates for short stay rentals. Is this something you support?
Well, I do think that Airbnbs, and I've looked at some of the data and the evidence again, the Australian Housing Urban Research Institute has done some to say they are having a significant impact, particularly in regional towns and regional areas where tourism is high. There's no doubt they are having some type of impact. There's not a lot of data and evidence around what types of interventions will actually work, David. So I'm looking at some of the interventions across the different states and territories. They obviously hold, again, all of the levers and the powers around this. Some of them are doing some quite inventive things, as you cited, but my own Southern Tasmanian Council here, the Hobart City Council, they are doing some inventive things. I'll be looking at the evidence around does that make a difference.
So you are looking into whether a more nationally coordinated approach is needed on Airbnb?
Well, what the housing ministers have done is we've had 4 meetings. It's been raised at some of those meetings. What we're looking at is looking at the different interventions in each state and territory and looking at the data and the evidence around what's working. I've also obviously got the Interim Supply and Affordability Council, which is essentially a panel of experts looking at data around what small wins can we get really quickly to add to supply. And, they will look at all of those. But again, the states and territories need to move in terms of this. They have the powers.
Look, 5 years ago you said, quote, any solution to Tasmania's housing and rental affordability crisis must include federal reforms to negative gearing and capital gains tax. That housing crisis is clearly only worse now. Do you still agree with what you said then?
Well, David, we obviously had policies at that point in time. There's been 2 elections in that interim period. What we're being told to do is to add to supply. That's what we're focused on. We're focused on adding to supply. Those things are not on the government's agenda, and we're busy adding to supply, and we're doing that at every opportunity we have, and you've seen us move really quickly. We unlocked that 575 just last year, and we've already got homes on the ground going up today because the decisions were made as a government.
But you were very clear back then. A solution must include reforms on negative gearing and capital gains tax. Election results changed your mind today.
Well, David, I'm focused on what's possible. I'm focused on getting supply on the ground. We're in a different position than we were. As you say, that's quite some time. That's right, but that was some time ago, and as you say, things have moved on. What we want to do is add to supply. That is our position. We're moving quickly as we can to add to supply of houses right across the country.
Final one, Minister. Can I ask you about the Indigenous voice, just in your role as a housing minister? I'm just wondering, housing in remote communities may be something the voice wants to give advice to you as the minister on. How would you treat advice from an Indigenous voice? Would you treat it differently to advice you currently get from other groups?
Well, David, I'm already listening to Indigenous Australians around how do we close the gap. I'm the minister responsible, as you said, for closing the gap when it comes to housing. I think it's closing the gap target 9A. I had a meeting just this week with Indigenous housing providers from Victoria, and we've also, since we've come to government, established a national peak in terms of the National Indigenous and Torres Strait Islander Housing Association. We want to work with them to get capacity so that they can actually provide support and advice in terms of what is required. So I would absolutely be listening to the voices of Indigenous Australians when it comes to housing and closing that gap. An important point here, David, of course, is that our Housing Australia Future Fund also included $200 million for repairs and maintenance to remote Indigenous housing.
But the question is, what difference would an Indigenous voice make then in this regard?
Well, it would obviously give us more voices from around the country in the way that it would be established. I mean, we're talking about, getting input from right across the country. At the moment, obviously, I can't speak and talk to every single Indigenous voice in the country, so it would centralise that, provide us with very good advice on how do we close the gap.
Minister, thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, David.
All right, let's get back to our panel. We're joined once again by Jennifer Hewitt, Mark Kenny and Dane Morse. Let's get into this housing issue. Quite the standoff. Well, it's been building, hasn't it, for weeks and weeks, and then this week we saw the Greens and the Coalition defer the vote on the Housing Australia Future Fund. What exactly, Mark, do the Greens want here now? Is it clear?
Look, I don't want to appear too cynical about this, but I think the Greens have been fairly explicit. They want to become the party of renters. renters, and they are. Yeah, they have. They've said it in sort of essays. They've also said it quite explicitly. Chan Mather has said this a number of times. I think he said it on this show, indeed, pointing out that 30% of Australians rent. No one speaks for them. I think that's true. The Australian dream, the Australian myth, it's all about home ownership. But a lot of people, as we know, they're now locked out of home ownership. Not just unable to own a home, but who are no longer really aspiring to it because it's simply not kind of realistic for them. It's not palpable. And the Greens are speaking to that constituency. So they've actually got some pretty big concessions here. They've had that $500 million cap changed to a $500 million annual floor in terms of new housing under the Housing Australia Future Fund. That's quite significant. They say it's enough. And then we saw that $2 billion just suddenly emerge out of nowhere last weekend. Yeah. And the Greens claim credit for that. I do think it's odd that the government didn't explicitly sort of do that deal with the Greens and therefore get their agreement on the HAF as a result of providing that money. Instead, they sort of want to suggest that this was policy that the government was sort of creating ab initio of its own.
Well, I think Albanese was basically, this has nothing to do with the Greens.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But if they were really about that negotiation, they could have put that $2 billion on the table. It's a significant amount of money for social and affordable housing. They could have got that, but they don't want to be seen to be doing it with the Greens too much. No, we saw what happened with Julia Gillard and doing it on the carbon price, and I think there's a real sort of resistance. And I also think that
they need them, but they don't seem to be.
That's right. And I also think there's a real kind of the personal experience here. We saw Plibersek and Albanese in Parliament during the week really softening it to the Greens. And I think these are two MPs, and there are a few others, who have faced direct challenge in the inner cities and their electorates over successive elections. And I think we're seeing a lot of that play out as well. So there's a real competition for inner city cosmopolitans and young people, and the government's not prepared to give the Greens wins, even if that means frustrating the program.
Is there a risk for the Greens, Jennifer, in what they did this week? I mean, as the Minister said, your community housing groups saying, come on, we need to get this bill passed and get on with it. Is there a risk that they seem to be holding out too much?
Oh, well, look, I think there is a risk, but I think the benefits for the Greens in those very blunt political terms, particularly in those inner city seats, will outweigh that. And the government can say this is completely unreasonable, and community housing groups agree, etc. This is a bad idea that you're pushing, But because renters are so agitated about this, understandably, this is a very big problem. At the same time, I noticed that the Minister didn't talk too much about this, but the massive immigration numbers we've got at the moment are certainly contributing.
Well, that's what the Reserve Governor says.
So,
the migration boost that we think is fueling that rent rise. It doesn't sound, though, Dana, like the Minister is a big fan of what the ACT's done, or extending that idea of the ACT, just point of view, is they allow landlords to increase rent by 110% of the CPI, so the inflation rate each year. So inflation a little bit more, but it doesn't sound like she's going to support that.
No, it doesn't seem like they're going to pick up that policy and roll it out federally. It is quite interesting, I have to say, that in the last segment we spoke about how the Voice could be seen to be gumming up the system of government, yet that's exactly what is happening now. And nobody seems to be too phased about that. It's a bit of a double standard, I would have to point out. But I mean, the Greens obviously feel that they have the mandate to prosecute this policy. And as you say, 30% of the country are renters, 2/3 of those are in financial stress. If the government can't say that they are doing anything for such a significant group of people, they are at real risk of ballot box.
Yeah. This is a perfect storm that's been building for years and years. And the federal government does actually have, apart from the immigration issue, does have a limited impact. This has been the state governments and the local councils and a lot of communities who are saying, we actually don't want more density of housing, and it's become, that has been a real problem. And at the same time, the federal government has given billions to the states for social housing. Well, the response from the state governments has been to pull back on their own commitments.
Just to go to the politics of this, which I think we've all touched on, have a look at this. This is a list of the top 10 seats with the highest proportion of renters. The red one's Labor, the green one's Green, only one blue one there. You really see why this is a real hotly contested cohort, the rental class, if you like, between Labor and the Greens. Now, the Greens would love to grab more of those Labor seats. Probably not much chance of getting Sydney while Tanya Plibersek's there. But, when and if she leaves Parliament, you can see some of the seats there that the Greens would love to grab. But it shows you a lot of inner city seats there. what's going on behind this debate over rents in
Yeah, and the PM seat of Grayndler presumably is not far off that list either, right next to Sydney, the electorate of Sydney. So yeah, there's a genuine political contest there. I think the Greens probably take the view that the more complaints there are about the policy, the higher profile they have in terms of defending and promoting the interests of renters. And that's what they're eager to do.
Exactly. Look, the talk of a double dissolution election over this government reckons it's now got first strike. You need 2 refusals to pass to have the trigger to call an early double dissolution election. Does anyone seriously think they...
Absolutely not.
No?
Absolutely not. I mean, you're going to halve the percentage required to get elected to the Senate for a start, so that only increases the likelihood that you get more independents and others in the Senate.
So what's going to happen this year? We've got
well, the theory, to the extent it holds any water at all, and I agree with Jennifer on this, but is that the Greens would face all of the Greens senators and its new lower house holdings would all be up on the table at once, and that they could theoretically go backwards in such a circumstance. Mind you, they could go forwards too for the same reason, because the quota is lowered, it's halved. So I don't think it's very realistic. But
the PM's like to have the option, like to have it in the back pocket.
They've got a year where it's sitting there.
Yeah, exactly. The situation might be different next year. Look, I want to turn to Russia. Extraordinary events over the course of the last 24 hours or so. The Wagner Group getting this March for Justice on Moscow, really criticising openly the whole reason being given for the war in Ukraine, that they've been fighting on behalf of the Russians. Putin then, like yesterday, at time saying this is treason, this is mutiny, we're going to prosecute anyone involved. Deal done, though, in the early hours of this morning, our time, Jennifer, with the Belarusian leader intervening to try and broker a settlement. What's going on, and where does this leave the war in Ukraine?
That would be Belarusian puppet, I would have thought.
Yes, well, that's right. I mean, and of course, it just shows that it demonstrates the volatility of the situation. I mean, for Putin, obviously, this is very bad news. But the other issue about this is he's relied on the Wagner Group under Prigozhin to actually be the backbone of the military assault, because the defence forces have proven so bad at what they're doing. But where this goes from here, I don't know. Prigozhin had obviously been very, very close to Putin for many decades. He was known as the chef, and but so he's also very brutal. So I think it just shows the instability of the situation. To say where it will go from here, I think.
But Prigozhin's now gone to Belarus.
Will charges drop?
Will charges drop. And for Putin, the frontline forces for the Russians to be demoralised by seeing all of this chaos going on. Where does Putin's gone things?
It's interesting. I don't know why Prigozhin, however you say his name, actually pulled out of it. I guess that it just was a fool's escapade. He realised that, and so his deal has been done, and that preserves Putin's position for now. But it's really a very significant setback to his prestige, to his authority. He's known as someone who does not brook any reflection on his authority or his standing at all, his status.
He didn't even mention Prigozhin by name when he gave the address, which was interesting.
Yeah, so I think it actually signals a significant weakness, a significant weakening of Putin's authority and position, and that has very significant implications for the campaign
and the
in Ukraine.
Justification for the war is now an open debate in Russia, very much so. Look, we've got our own Russian standoff on a very different scale.
We do.
Happening in Canberra. People might have caught up with the news, of course, over the last week. The government's banned Russia from building a new embassy right next door on this block of land right next door to Parliament House. But then perhaps trying to show that possession is 9/10 of the law, a Russian diplomat has been squatting, camping out in that shed you can see there on this block of land next to Parliament House. There he is, poking his head out. Hopefully he's got a heater in there because it's been very cold this week in Canberra. The Federal Police in that vehicle keeping an eye on things across the road. And the Prime Minister, take a look at this, he doesn't seem too fazed about it all.
The national security threat that was represented by a Russian embassy on the site and not the same as some bloke standing on a blade of grass on the site that we don't see really as a threat to our national security.
So, Dana, what are we going to do about this guy? What can they do?
Oh, call Lukashenko and he'll put it out. Works so well. No, they really just have to wait this guy out. I mean, they can't arrest him. He is a diplomat. He has diplomatic immunity. They can declare him persona non grata and take action that way, but it seems unlikely that you would take that extreme step when really this is a guy squatting on a block of land in Canberra and he will most likely leave at some point.
Yeah, the fear about declaring him persona non grata, basically booting him out of the country, is we have diplomats in Moscow. This normally triggers retaliation, and they're aware that's the view of the government. They're wary of that. But he's squatting there, apparently getting food delivered, and it's just...
Well, he could be replaced as well by someone else if he was declared persona non grata. Exactly. May not actually achieve anything. So that's actually one of the problems. I don't know that it's so much about waiting him out. I think it's the embassy. This is the embassy's policy, right? This is the Russian government's policy at the moment in relation to this issue, and it's about
They've just launched a High Court injunction.
Yeah, that's right. So there's a High Court injunction. There'll be a substantive hearing of that, presumably, a substantive case about it. But the government, from everything I've heard, speaking to them, is completely convinced that it's sort of job done, right? It doesn't really matter what this dude does now or what the embassy does now. The point is they can't build their new premises there and conduct whatever it is that they might conduct. And, by way of surveillance and interference, espionage or whatever. And that's what the Australian government's position is. So if this guy wants to, or the embassy wants to keep this shed staffed by some, sort of sad sentinel for the next...
The glamorous life of diplomacy, Jennifer. In Russia's case, there you go. Camp out in that shed for as long as it takes.
Yeah, but I think the Prime Minister is completely correct as to kind of downplay this and say, look, we've achieved what we want, and that now that, of course, the Russians are trying to go in the High Court, that'll be where the real issue is. So I think the opposition's been rather foolish to try and suggest this
they
is
got a bit
anything
upset.
more meaningful. I think that's
been,
ridiculous.
Yeah, should have been some further action taken. Doesn't sound like there would.
I mean, there should have been further action taken over MH17 in terms of the Russians, and there should have been further action taken over Ukraine in terms of the Russians. This is really just a mechanism to stop them building their embassy in a place that would compromise Australia's national interests and national security. So, let it happen. And the truth is, like you say, it's very cold in Canberra. Russians, they can put up with -6.
Nothing to them.
The guy was standing around yesterday in a T-shirt, and it was pretty damn cold.
It was. All right, our panel, Jennifer Hewitt, Mark Kenny and Dana Morse, will be back shortly with some final observations. Time now for Mike Bowers, Talking Pictures.
I'm Mike Bowers and I'm photographer at large for The Guardian Australia. I'm talking pictures this morning with columnist for The Australian, the one and only Jack the Insider, and a very warm welcome to a chilly Canberra morning.
Yes, great to be here on a very brisk Canberra morning with you, Mike.
Mate, it's been a fairly brisk week. The Voice came one step closer to being heard, I think, as the legislation passed the Senate.
It got through the Senate, yes.
There were big press conferences, as we've become used to seeing, and there were picture opportunities for the SE. Apparently now it's over to the voters outside, but I do think the voices from within the Parliament are still going to be pretty loud on this, are they not?
Well, they need to be. And they haven't really sold it very well so far. So there needs to be a bit of support. People need to understand what's happening.
This is a beautiful David Rowe cartoon setting sail. He's got the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, with his little paper boat here. It brings to mind, oh, thy sea is so great and my boat's so small.
Yes, indeed, yeah, and it might be going down the Gurg.
Yeah, well, the drain is right there, actually. For David Pope, he's thinking that the no-case end of semester group assignment, the no-case pamphlet, is going to be the assignment from hell, right? it's a very different group here. We've got Lydia Thorpe, vote no to assimilation with the racist colonial regime.
Vote no because white Australia must never assimilate.
Says Pauline. And Michaelia Cash, vote no because we already had a decade in government to do something about this. And I do love the little pants here on Mr. Proud.
Yes, he says if we only need a to pass, we're well on our way.
Brett Lethbridge has got passing referendum legislation. He's got, I just hope it's not a hospital pass, this one, as the Voice ballers getting the air taken out of it and over to you.
Yes, there is there. Well, but hospital hand pass, as they say in AFL.
Mr. Brolman has summed up the No's campaign beautifully here. The No's have I'm voting no because of her, says Pauline.
No, I'm voting no because of her.
Says Lydia.
Yeah, it's a company you keep.
They may be upper and lower house mates, but there was certainly a bit of friction between the Greens and the government this week as the HAF was blocked. or postponed, I think it is. Beautiful David Rowe with Adam Bant and the Leader of the Opposition playing Tootsie in bed here with Albo will come back later.
Yes, a little bit of Tootsie play going on over there.
And fighting over Doona, I think, too.
And lots of no's there.
They've got Bob Brown here on the wall and they've got John Howard here on the wall.
Yeah, you've got to have your family picture around.
I'll come back later, shall I? Kathy Wilcox, these would be the housemates from hell. They've turned up at the Sweet Coalition door, Peter Dutton in his smoking jacket. Hi, is it okay if we crash on your couch for a few months? We can't afford the rent.
Is it a live koala?
Well, that's staying outside, isn't it?
And look, God forbid if you got the gas stove. Order.
Now, there was a genuine scene of flash of anger.
Fight.
Bit of a fight. On the way out of question time on Wednesday, the Prime Minister and the Greens member for Griffith, Max Chandler-Mather, had genuine words.
Yes, they had a bit of an altercation.
And not only words on the way through, but the Prime Minister actually turned around at the door and had another go.
Turned around and gave him a spray.
I think, actually, he got under his skin.
Oh, yeah.
Jack...
It's a familiar dog, Mike.
It is a familiar dog. The weather picture on the 7 p.m. Canberra News was sent in by an A. Albanese of Adelaide Avenue in Deakin, and it was of the frosty Canberra morning this week.
Whatever you do in this parliament, Mike, never bag the dog.
Oh, no. You would have to
That's
leave.
exile. That's self-exile. You would have to leave the country. In fact, you would be forced to leave the country. Frog marched onto an aeroplane.
We are not saying anything about Toto. Toto, magnificent dog.
I'm not saying a word. Not one.
Finally, Jack, a very special cartoon that Insiders had commissioned from the wonderful David Rowe, and it's to commemorate two people that we're sadly losing. Sitting on the couch with former host Barry Cassidy and David Spears and Kelly Underwood from Offsiders, Goran Nilsson is the director who has been with Insiders since the very first program back in 2001, and director's assistant Danny Stout, who's been part of the Insiders family for 20 years. And so it's a very sad day as Insiders moves from Melbourne. We have to say goodbye to these wonderful members of our family.
And I think David Rowe, in tune with that, has been very kind with his caricature.
Well, they've got clothes on.
That's the start. Yeah, that's good. That's good. And so without further ado, for the first and last time, it's back to you, Danny and Goran.
Look, thank you, Mike. Thank you, Jack, too. And a special thank you to Danny and Goran. In fact, here they are right now live in the Insiders control room with the rest of the brilliant crew that puts this show to air every Sunday. This is indeed our final show based in Melbourne. Before we move the program to its new home in Canberra next week, it has been an absolute privilege to work with this team of professionals. They never miss a beat, no matter where the flow of the program sometimes goes. I'm going to miss working with you, Danny and Goran, and our regular pre-show chats about what's gone down in politics during the week, often frank, often hilarious, almost as hilarious as Dave Vinicum's Sunday morning jokes. He delivers one as soon as he walks in the building every Sunday morning, and well, they make me laugh anyway. To the whole Melbourne team, our graphics operator, Katie Hawking, everyone in the control room there, and the amazing crew here in the studio too. Thank you all. Live TV can have its moments, but knowing you're in the hands of a trusted team like this, some of the best in the business, it is incredibly comforting. So thank you all. It has been an honour sharing my Sunday mornings with you here in Melbourne. Let's get some final observations now from the couch, Dana.
Look, a lot has been made in the last couple of weeks about diversity at the ABC, and I think that it needs to be said that both the ABC and the Press Gallery in Canberra benefit greatly, sometimes at a huge personal cost of diverse perspectives. It's disappointing but not surprising that we're still seen as tokens and threats in that situation, but you know, we need to be there for good public service accountability journalism.
Yeah, indeed, and important to be on programs like this as well, might I say. Mark.
Here to your points about the Melbourne crew. It's been a privilege to the extent that I've had any involvement with them over something like, I think, a dozen years now. So that's one thing. Just quickly, my son pointed out, Sash pointed out yesterday that it's sort of going back to this Russian squatter thing, that it's ironic. You know, you've got a guy sort of protesting, doing a sit-in in Canberra on behalf of a country for which he would be locked up and probably never seen again in that country, and ditto around the High Court action as well.
Yeah, indeed. Jennifer.
Yes, and congratulations to the Melbourne team for never missing a beat. But from unlike this, the gap between ambition and reality is growing in the renewable sector. From July 1, there'll be increases in your electricity bills of at least more than 20% for much of Australia. At the same time, the transmission to renewables is going off the rails because it's so hard to get those transmission lines in and to figure out who pays for them. So I think this is going to be a big issue in the second half of 2023.
We will see.
And beyond.
Finally, it took a bit to convince Labor's Josh Burns that he had rather embarrassingly misspoken in Parliament. But when he did realise his slip, he decided to lean into the gag. We'll leave it at that. Thanks for watching.
The government has no intention of countenancing reforms that will circumcise its power. So, no, of countenancing our... I didn't say that. Anyway, you can check the Hansard. Before I make my remarks earlier today, I misspoke in the House. I seem to have slipped the wrong part of my question, but I'll let you move on. And it's been a long few weeks in Parliament, but I'm looking forward to going home. Now, more importantly,
You're making us all feel very excited about being here.
Today, from rebellion to retreat, the head of the Wagner mercenary group leased the Russian city of Rostov-on-Don after de-escalation deal brokered by Belarus.
Meantime, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says the Wagner revolt has exposed complete chaos in Russia.
A dam in South Australia is at high risk of failure after heavy rain.
It's bouncing it through. Another one as they're a kick short of a double ton.
Sydney Swans flying high after a 171-point win over the West Coast Eagles.
And a festival of football celebrations in Sydney for the countdown to the FIFA Women's World Cup. Good morning, it's Sunday the 25th of June. I'm Fauzi Ibrahim.
And I'm Catherine Robinson. You're watching Weekend Breakfast. A short-lived mutiny against the Russian government is over before it really began. Wagner mercenaries, which had been threatening to march on Moscow, have backed down after a deal brokered by Belarus.
Just 24 hours ago, the head of the Wagner group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, had declared a rebellion after accusing Russian forces of firing on his troops. And now he's left the Russian city of Rostov-on-Don, cheered on by crowds. The city had come under the private army's control when its troops left Ukraine. Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko intervened, brokering a deal to call off the rebellion.
They wanted to disband the Wagner military company. We embarked on a march of justice. In 24 hours, we got to within 200 kilometers of Moscow. In this time, we did not spill a single drop of our fighters' blood. Now the moment has come when blood could be spilled. Understanding responsibility for the chance that Russian blood will be spilled on one side, we are turning our columns around and going back to field camps as planned.
Under the agreement, the Kremlin has dropped all charges against him and Prigozhin will leave Russia and head to Belarus. Meantime, Ukraine's president says the incident shows Russia is in chaos.
Today is a day when there should definitely be no silence. Today, the world saw that the bosses of Russia do not control anything. Nothing at all. Complete chaos. Complete absence of any predictability. And it is happening on Russian territory, which is fully loaded with weapons.
Now, this is a fluid story, and we will have plenty more analysis about what this means for the future of Vladimir Putin, Russia, and, of course, the war in Ukraine. We'll be speaking to our Global Affairs editor, John Lyons, a little later in the show. First, though, let's turn to other news now. And Canadian investigators have begun an inquiry into the Titan submersible, which imploded last week during a deep dive to the wreckage of the Titanic. Police and safety inspectors boarded the support ship, the Polar Prince, after it returned to port in Newfoundland. They will conduct interviews with the crew and gather information to help determine what caused the tragedy.
We take the time we need to do a thorough investigation, and we're in the early stages, and we need to scope out the lines of inquiry. Typically, our investigations can take 18 months to 2 years. We obviously try and do them quicker because we know everybody wants answers, particularly the family, the public, etc. But we need to take the time. Our mandate is to investigate from a safety perspective, identify what happened, why, and what can be done to reduce the risk of it happening in the future.
Well, today marks 1 year since the US Supreme Court overturned the landmark Roe v. Wade decision, ending the constitutional right to abortion. Since then, 14 states have passed near total bans on the practice. In many others, the fight over abortion access is still taking place. President Joe Biden says he will veto a national ban if Congress moves to implement one.
We've seen the devastating effects all across the country. Women turned away from emergency rooms, denied life-saving care. Moms, college students, teachers, nurses, traveling hundreds of miles to get basic reproductive health care. You know, and since that dark June day last year, each of you has worked tirelessly to fight back. And the Dobbs decision, the court practically dared the women of America to be heard. This is what the majority wrote. Women are not without electoral or political power. You ain't seen nothing yet, court.
Funerals for the victims of the New South Wales Hunter Valley bus crash will begin from tomorrow. 28-year-old Angus Craig will be farewelled by family and friends at a memorial service near Nowra on the state's south coast. 10 people were killed in the crash, while several others were injured when the bus rolled at Greta earlier this month.
An investigation is underway into an alleged violent burglary north of Brisbane yesterday morning. Police allege 5 intruders entered a house armed with weapons, including a knife and what appeared to be a gun. They then left in a damaged silver Mitsubishi Lancer. Residents say they're shaken by the incident.
I think you're in a nice neighbourhood, you know, you've got kids and old people, and then it's just boom, someone's getting robbed.
That easily could have been us.
Emergency services in South Australia are warning a dam at Hope Forest south of Adelaide is at high risk of failure. Overflowing water could impact nearby properties, but affected residents have left the area. More severe weather is expected to lash the region throughout the day.
Thousands of people have flocked to Sydney Harbour to walk, jog or even dance across the Harbour Bridge to mark the countdown to the FIFA Women's World Cup. With 25 days to go until the official kick-off, the public event aims to embrace unity, inclusivity and, of course, love for the game. The first World Cup game will be between Australia and the Republic of Ireland on July 20.
And a museum in Denmark is roaring through the decades. A new museum of evolution is mixing beasts, both past and present, on the grounds of a Danish safari park. Combined with the living animals outdoors, the museum tells an evolutionary story over 300 million years. The journey back in time is made more realistic by the halls, which are sprayed with smells from the Jurassic period. Older Jurassic.
Older Jurassic. That'd just be old. The Jurassic period was a long time ago. Just an old smell. An old animal smell.
Musty.
There you go. But it's an immersive experience nonetheless. You don't just see it, you smell it, you feel it.
No.
Did you travel there?
No.
For it?
What, to Denmark or to...
For the exhibition?
Well, to Denmark, yes. Not for the exhibition.
All right. Well, someone who's travelled not that far to this desk, just from outside in the newsroom, actually, is Jared Coote. And Jared, you've got the latest from the Ashes.
Yeah, pleasure to travel all the way here and talk cricket. It's been tough to separate Australia and England heading into day 4 of the women's test match in Nottingham. Australia has a 92-run lead after dismissing England for 463 in their first innings. Tammy Beaumont was the star for the home side, posting the highest ever score by an Englishwoman, reaching 208, which left England just 10 runs behind the Australians. Beth Minion and Phoebe Litchfield then put on an unbeaten 82 runs to end day 3. Moving on now to netball news. And And the Adelaide Thunderbirds booked their spot in the Super Netball Grand Final with a thrilling 64-62 shine victory at the Swiss in Sydney. The Thunderbirds started every change until a 19-14 final quarter, locked the game at 58 all and forced extra time. The Thunderbirds then won that extra period 6-4 to capture a dramatic victory. Later today, the West Coast Fever taking the Melbourne Vixens in the minor semi-final. And Irishwoman Leona Maguire has a one-shot lead heading into the final round of the Women's PGA Championship. Maguire shot a 2-under par 69 in the third round to sit at 7 under. The world number 12 fired 5 birdies and 2 bogeys in her round. South Korean Jenny Shin sits a shot further back, shooting a best 5 under for the deep race here. And Gabriella Ruffles are the best place Australians in the tie for 12. 6 shots off the lead, and off the lead. We'll be back with some more sport later on.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you so much. And still come here on Weekend Breakfast. Archibald Prize. It is time to make space for young Archies. The awards for the kids' version were announced at the Art Gallery of New South Wales yesterday.
And it's much more than fridge art. Let us tell you a little later. This hour, we'll hear from one of the extremely talented winning artists, 15-year-old Jasmine Guy. This is a work here of her great friend Bea. She's very inspired by her story, and when we'll put it to her, you know, why choose this form of art. It is a portraiture prize, obviously, and the artists are to use their hands. It's no digital art, but some artists choose to go quite abstract.
Yeah.
Some choose to go more real life, more still life. So it's just a beautiful depiction of this young, what seems to be a determined lady.
Incredible detail, isn't that amazing? The light and shade, absolutely beautiful. Good to know too that Nevaeh was very happy with the portrait as well.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's check the weather now in the capital cities. Brisbane and Sydney expect sunshine today. Canberra will be mostly sunny. A shower or two developing in Melbourne. Partly cloudy in Hobart. Showers at Adelaide. In Perth, showers easing there. Darwin can expect a mostly sunny day.
Returning now to our top story, and that is the head of the Wagner mercenary group has left the Russian city of Rostov-on-Don. This is after the Kremlin dropped charges over his armed uprising. Now, the reaction is coming in from right around the world.
Including here in Australia, the Australian Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, has tweeted that Australia is closely monitoring developments. She acknowledged that the security situation is evolving and the government is working closely with partners. She's reinforced that the Australian government condemns Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Well, more on the situation in Russia and the implications for Putin and for Ukraine and the global community. We are now joined by Global Affairs Editor John Lyons. John, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us again. We just saw there Penny Wong saying that Australia stands with Ukraine. Talk to us about how, you know, the major global powers would be watching what's happening in Russia at the moment.
Well, Fazia, I think one of the most interesting things is we're virtually hearing nothing out of the White House, just radio silence. And there's a reason for that. They're desperate, I think, not to be seen to be in any way encouraging this instability behind it. So that Vladimir Putin can't say it's a conspiracy, it's the Americans behind this, but virtually nothing in 24 hours from the White House. We've done a major international event where Russia's been on the brink of chaos. It's pretty remarkable. They just want it to happen.
What about response and reaction from, say, you know, NATO or any of the European leaders?
Again, they're all being very cautious. They know that Vladimir Putin's a dangerous man. He's a man who, you know, his situation is unstable. He also has a major nuclear arsenal. He recently moved some of that to Belarus. He made a big thing of that. He's threatened that a few times. So they don't want to be prodding the round snake. They know it's about the bottom of the garden, but they just don't want to be prodding it.
What are the implications for an unstable Russia, for Europe, for the rest of the world?
Well, yesterday, I mean, it's remarkable. In the last 24 hours, we've seen Russia on the brink of civil war. Now, that's not necessarily going away just because Yevgeny Prigozhin has done a deal to go to Belarus. That's not the end of the instability. They have all these oligarchs around the country, including Prigozhin. He's an oligarch. He's a billionaire. He's worth a lot of money. But there's all these others who have their own private armies. And I think what will be happening now behind the scenes is some of the generals and the oligarchs will be quietly looking. It's a bit like the old days of the New South Wales Labor Party doing a factional deal there, a factional deal there. I think the generals have now seen that Vladimir Putin is vulnerable. He had a major challenge and he blinked, and they'll be working out. Gazprom has 50,000, fighters. Wagner has 25,000. Another company or oligarch has 30,000. You could almost stitch together your own army.
Well, we know that the Wagner has been very important to Putin fighting the dirty wars, if you like. Without Wagner, where does that leave Putin? And indeed, where does it leave Prigozhin if he's been exiled to Belarus?
Well, it immediately weakens Russia in the fight. Suddenly, Wagner have vacated the battlefield. That was part of the story yesterday, was that what triggered this, of course, for the viewers in a 20-second version, is the Russian army fired at Wagner troops. Prigozhin then said, that's it, I'm out of here. He's been wanting to do that anyway. He then took his troops, took the bat and ball and went home. He said, we're out of here. He goes and takes over the military headquarters of the Russians. Then he starts moving towards Moscow and got within 200k when Putin blinked and got Lukashenko, his great supporter in Belarus, to do the deal, to call off the dogs. But having seen the vulnerability of Putin now, I think that Putin's in danger. I think that he won't last for a very long time.
It's interesting you say Putin blinked. What else could he have done? What could he have done to have retained this perceived image that he has as being a powerful leader?
He had two options. He was talking tough. He could have sent his own army or security forces in to confront Wagner, which would have been a civil war. Or he did a deal. He talked tough, but he did the deal behind the scenes. And I think for his own credibility now within Russia, everybody has seen the dictator has no clothes.
We know that so much has transpired in the last 24 hours. It was a coup and then there was a retreat and a deal was done. What is to play? I mean, timing is critical here. What do you think will play out over the next 24 hours?
I think the behind the scenes will be extraordinary. Yesterday, one thing we were monitoring here at the ABC was the whole Telegram chatter. The generals were actually having their own conversations on
Telegram, for our viewers who don't know, is an online platform where they exchange messages.
That's right. In fact, Prigozhin was getting 100,000 this time yesterday, 100,000 extra followers an hour on his Telegram channel. So the scenes we've seen today, what tells the whole story is the pictures of when Prigozhin and the troops leave, the people crowding around, hugging, selfies, chanting Wagner, Wagner. Now, they're not disguised, they're not hiding the fact, but that's reflective of many of the Russian people who think Prigozhin, there's some scenes we're looking at now, the rock star welcome. No one was putting a gun to his head. No one was trying to arrest him. The Russian security forces, one of the most fearsome in the world, they'll chase you to London, they'll poison you in a hotel in London if they have to. They had him right in the lion's den and didn't dare do anything to him. He was chanted, he was a hero. Now, Putin would be looking at that thinking, I've got a real problem here. This guy's very popular.
Yeah. So he goes across the border now. He's been exiled to Belarus. But that is not the end of him.
No, not the end. He's now a bit of a hero. He stared down Putin. He kicked the door of the saloon down and said, I'm the new sheriff. And the current sheriff said, no, you're not, but said, OK, please, we'll look after you. So he now goes almost in exile to Belarus. And I imagine a lot of the generals and the oligarchs will be saying to him, hey, what if we give you this support? It only takes one person in Putin's senior ranks to break rank. And to try to either assassinate him or do a coup. And, so the situation in Russia is so unstable now, it's extraordinary.
We've heard from Vladimir Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, this morning saying utter chaos. And a very stark warning, though, for not just his country people, but the world, reminding us that, Russia is armed with nuclear weapons. That's
right. And the other word that Volodymyr Zelensky was emphasising was he talked about weakness in the Kremlin. So in a way, now the problem, the Ukraine's problem, the reason they haven't begun the counter-offensive really is it's not going that well for them, to be honest. And a lot of the media don't want to say that because they don't want to be seen to be critical of Ukraine. You can't say anything negative about Ukraine at the moment, is the view of a lot of the media. But the reality is the counter-offensive is not going as well as they wanted it to. Part of the reason for that, they haven't got a single F-16 jet. So NATO's actually not been efficient in getting stuff there. They've trained their pilots, but at the moment Russia has air superiority. So the Ukrainians are trying to get across those trenches. They've got landmines, they've got barbed wire, and the Russians have got it all protected. So the Ukrainians can't do a land war. They can only do an air war, and they don't have the equipment. So at the moment, Ukraine is waiting to get these F-16s to come in. America sort of spent a long time giving approval. But without those F-16s, without an air effort, then the Ukrainians are vulnerable. Because if you take 2,000 Ukrainian troops, firstly, they might get blown up by landmines, but secondly, the Russian jets are just going to come in and kill them.
So what happens, let's just say, weeks down the line, 4 months down the line, or it could even happen tomorrow, we don't know, this is a fluid situation, the Kremlin does start to crumble. What happens to those Russian defences? Would we be right to presume that that would then start to maybe retreat and Ukraine would then be able to take back their land?
Well, I think two things will happen. I think Ukraine will be desperate with NATO and the US help to get those F-16s and to arm Ukraine better. And secondly, within the Kremlin, there'll be a lot of recriminations. It only takes one thing to start collapsing, one lot of soldiers to say, Russian soldiers, why am I'm a 23-year-old? Why the Ukrainian officials and army people, China's the key. For about 15 months, Xi Jinping wouldn't even speak to Zelensky. Zelensky wanted to, Xi Jinping not interested. Finally, when the thing's all turning to a mess, China swoops. Classic Xi Jinping. He comes and he rings Zelensky. And at the end of the phone call, according to the readouts from both sides, he says to Zelensky, by the way, I'm offering you an envoy to help go between Kyiv and Moscow. So now China has an envoy trying to find a peace deal. Zelensky lapped it up. He wanted it. In a way, America's being locked out, not militarily, but politically, because America can't deliver Russia to a negotiating table. China can. So watch China. China is sitting back there now. Both America and China are watching this by the minute. China is the one, I think, that will come through the centre with a peace agreement, which will be something like the Russia keeps a couple of villages in the Donbass, a couple of sort of Russian-speaking areas, but give back 85% or 90% of what they've taken.
And what about Putin's fate then? What happens to this dictator?
It's day by day. I mean, you know, he's been nervous up until now as to what cups of tea he drinks, who might be trying to poison him. He's got doubles. He's got 3 or 4 people who look just like him. They'll be on a 24-hour roster at the moment. They'll be working overtime. Putin, I think, is probably the most nervous man in the world at the moment because he's stared defeat in the face. He's just managed to escape. He's the Houdini. He just got out of the cage in time. And now I think there's a lot of people there who want to knock him off.
It's a tough of movie, almost, isn't it?
Extraordinary story.
Thank you so much for your time. Well, a growing number of young Australians are refusing to go to school. Attendance rates are dropping in public, private and independent schools, prompting the Senate inquiry.
Pandemic exacerbated existing problems.
Particularly in Victoria and New South Wales, where there were extended lockdowns and remote learning.
My attendance was pretty bad. I think I was in the low 30s.
Kaylee has ADHD, fell behind and was overwhelmed.
It just kind of felt a little bit lonely. I feel like I didn't really understand what it felt like to kind of be drowning in work like that.
Some images on the screen.
But like Sam, she's reinvigorated by the Hester Hornbrook Academy.
Yes, centimetres
It's dedicated to helping those who can't attend traditional schools by creating understanding and community.
We have students in our class who haven't, prior to coming here, they haven't left their bedrooms for months at a time, have been at school for 2 days in the past year. So we've got extreme behavioural issues.
There are fresh, hot meals cooked on site and an open pantry. Lawyers for students, free haircuts, school psychologists. Classes start later. Each has a teacher, youth worker and education intervention specialist for bespoke care. This is another example of making school accessible no matter who you are. This classroom full of toys is for new parents here. A mum or dad with a child 18 months or under can bring their child into class with them so the parent can continue their education and the child gets support they need as well.
Anything right from food, clothing, shelter to education is provided.
And while not every school can do this, experts say creating reliable support structures are essential.
To make students feel like school is a safe place, that behaviour is well managed, that classrooms aren't too disruptive.
76% of Hester Hornbrook's students go on to get a job, apprenticeship or further education, like Zara.
It's a safe space to be there. Everyone here, I think, is just really trying to get an education and learn.
Success inspires success. Both Sam and Kaylee are planning on careers in hospitality or animal care. Iskandar Razak, ABC News, Melbourne.
All right, he's back. You know who we're talking about. There he is, Jared Coon.
Oh, man, right, okay.
You've got the latest on the Ashes where the batters are dominating.
Yeah, they certainly are. Plenty of runs everywhere. None more so than Tammy Beaumont, the Englishwoman. What an effort it was from her. 208 runs for England. That's the biggest Test innings in history for an Englishwoman. It breaks an 88-year record as England managed 463. That's 10 runs short of Australia's first innings total. A superb effort there from Beaumont. She scored 200 in the warm-up match before this series as well against Australia A, so she's in absolutely superb form. Ash Gardner picked up 4 wickets. Charlie McGrath picked up 3 in the end for the Aussies, and Australia's now at the crease there. None for 82. Beth Mooney 33 not out. Phoebe Litchfield 41. So the Aussies with a 92-run lead with 10 wickets in hand at the moment.
And what's the latest from the AFL?
Well, Fremantle beat Essendon last night. We'll start there, 93-61. It finished in the end, 14 goals, 9 to 9 goals, 7. That ends a 4-game win run for Essendon. The Dockers are now 7-7 for the season. A great win here in this one for them. They led at every break and just were dominant right throughout the match and thoroughly deserved their victory. Another team that deserved their win, the Swans, and they did a bit easier than the Dockers, 205-34. Pretty incredible stuff. Not what you want away from home. The West Coast Eagles have struggled all season, the last few years. Injuries, young players, it's all going wrong for West Coast. It's the 4th biggest loss in the history of the game for any club. West Coast biggest ever loss, the most points they've conceded. Pretty much every bad stat you want to hear. Adam Simpson's team, well, they picked it up last night. You can see how much he didn't want to be there. Let's hear from him. He spoke after the game about where the club is at the moment.
It's a lot. We're on a journey, and this is the pit we're in. So we're just going to keep fronting up, turning up, to be honest. And yeah, the disappointing day today was really disappointing. Very good side in Sydney. You know, we exposed some kids who just put out quite ready for AFL, and some of our senior players were below their best. So you get that combination, plus a couple more injuries. You get a game today. So we get a big group and get on with it.
Very deflective coach there indeed. Melbourne Storm managed a pretty good win overnight, Jared.
Yeah, they did 24-6 over Manly. They were without Cam Munster. They're 5/8. Given the game off after playing in Origin. He was sick all week but managed to play in Origin. Manly scored first, but it was all the Storm after that. 6 unanswered tries for Melbourne. What a great run that was from Nelson Sofa Solomona, the big forward, breaking through the line there, third on the ladder of the Storm. The Panthers 20-12. It's been even more impressive when you consider all 5 of their Origin stars sitting on the sidelines watching, given the night off. And well, they took a bit of a gamble doing that and paid off. Their coach, Ivan Glick, says it's a bit prehistoric, expecting players to play twice in the same week when you consider all the issues that go wrong with their body and everything. So they weren't playing at all. So a big win there for the Panthers. The Eels beat the Dolphins 48-20 to move up to 5th. winning 42-4 at half-time. It was almost a Swans West Coast style scenario going on there, but fell away a bit in the second half.
All right, let's talk tennis now. An Australian is through to the ATP final.
Yeah, Alex de Minaur, he loves playing on grass courts. It's probably the surface he performs best on, and he did well here at the Queen's Club semi-final, beating the world number 6, Olga Runa, 6-3, 7-6. He was almost faultless throughout the match here, de Minaur. 9 unforced errors in the entire match, almost unheard of. A brilliant performance, which sees him through to his second ATP final this season, posting an 8th overall ATP title. If you want to win, you've got to beat the best, and arguably the best is Carlos Alcaraz. His first ever tournament on grass, and he's already through to the final. The 20-year-old world number 2 beat Sebastian Corda 6-3, 6-4. He'll become world number 1 if he wins that final as well. So it doesn't get much tougher than that.
And what happened in the Super Rugby final overnight?
Yeah, the Crusaders just put it on repeat, 7 years in a row. Champions, just far too strong again for all the competition. Although it was pretty close in the end in this one, they scored late to beat the Chiefs 25 points to 20. Cody Taylor scoring with 7 minutes left. The Chiefs had a penalty goal from over the halfway line to try and take a 1-point lead at the death, but it wasn't to be. The Crusaders holding on, kicking a penalty goal after the siren to wrap up the victory, and what a win it was for the team. A bit of a changing of the guard, fly half, Jamoanga moving on, their coach Scotty Robertson moving on as well to coach none other than the All Blacks, so that'll be huge for him. And here he is after the win. Every time they win the competition, he promises to do a breakdance. His star player interrupted the breakdance somewhat. You'll see here saying, now that's a worm.
We need to overlay with some music.
Yeah, that is a worm, and there's Scott Robertson, the coach. Just, you know, that's actually very impressive, especially on the slippery grass in a suit. I feel like if he was on a dance floor, a bit more solid connection with the ground, that would actually look semi-professional, and it kind of did.
Yeah, I reckon they might have busted those moves on a few dance floors in their time. They looked pretty well.
Well, that was
that
was 12 hours ago, so I think they still could be doing them right now, to be honest.
That's good. I reckon you might be someone to do the worm on the dance floor later on a Saturday night too.
Well, if I'm not coming in here on a Sunday morning, maybe.
Thanks, Jared.
Thank you.
Okay, here's something for you. Over the past 28 years, the annual Cockroach Cup has been the race that almost stops the Pilbara city of Karratha. Hundreds of people gather to watch the fastest cockies battle it out for the championship.
No, not for me. Not for me. There is, however, a stomach-churning twist for the winner. Jasmine Chong has the story.
The Cockroach Cup is held every year here at the Karratha Cats Football Club, and it's been a tradition for almost 3 decades. Preparations for the race start in the morning with the racing rotas collected from Karratha's finest sewers. They're brought to the football club and allocated the names of local players and club sponsors. The racing rotas are auctioned off to the highest bidder, with the cockroaches fetching anywhere from $500 to $500 each. When it comes to the race itself, the rules are pretty simple. Whichever cockroach reaches the end of the racing track first wins a cash prize. But there's a catch. The owner of the winning critter has to eat their roach before they can collect the prize money. Yes, you heard me correctly, they have to eat their prize cockroach. This year's winner was Revive Raider, and its owners Chantel and Simon followed through with the required consumption to collect their winnings.
I would eat the roach, but I did not think that we would win. I didn't think I was actually going to have to eat the roach. No, I didn't think that was going to happen. When I said yes, I was like, oh yeah, I'll eat a roach, but no.
The event raises money for the football club, and based on the success of this year's event, it's fair to say that the Karratha Cockroach Cup will be back again next year.
And here are the top stories on Weekend Breakfast. The mercenary group had left the Russian city of Rostov-on-Don after a deal by Belarus. The mercenary group is accused of staging a mutiny and were about 200 kilometres away from Moscow when they retreated. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said the uprising shows how weak Moscow is.
Emergency services in South Australia are warning a dam at Hope Forest south of Adelaide is at high risk of failure. Overflowing water could impact nearby properties, but affected residents have left the area. It comes after heavy rainfall throughout the state this week.
Thousands of people, including local and international football legends, have marched across the Sydney Harbour Bridge for the 2023 Women's World Cup. The comp kicks off in 25 days. It's been hosted by Australia and New Zealand across 9 cities from July 20.
And Sydney Swans are flying high after thrashing a hapless West Coast 205 to 30 points at the SCG. Star player Isaac Heaney booted 5 goals throughout the game as part of the side's 31-goal demolition job. The win pushed Sydney up to 12th on the AFL ladder. Well, let's get more now on the developing situation in Russia. Earlier, I spoke with Bill Browder, who is a long-time Russia analyst, and he says the decision from Wagner's leader Yevgeny Prigozhin seems strange.
Well, it looks odd in every possible way. Earlier in the day, Putin basically called on his security services to liquidate Prigozhin and his Wagner compatriots. At the same time, Prigozhin was threatening to take over the Russian government. This is the kind of thing that people generally don't walk back from in Russia. I know from my own experience that Putin is a man who can't tolerate any type of disrespect, and if someone does disrespect him, that person needs to be eliminated so that other people don't disrespect him in the future. And so this idea that Prigozhin is just going to retreat, everything is fine, all is forgotten, it just doesn't make any sense to me. And I think that there's a lot of stuff going on beneath the surface which probably explains what's going on, but is not obvious to us in the outside world.
This is the most serious and unprecedented threat to Putin's leadership in the last few years or so, well, at least since the start of the Ukraine war. As you say, Putin will not tolerate any sort of opposition to him. This attempted coup makes him look like a weak leader. How do you think he will hit back, if he does, at Prigozhin?
Well, what I've seen in many years of Putin doing these things is that he will probably try to kill Prigozhin, which is one of the reasons why I find the whole situation so odd. At this point, Prigozhin's life is going to be permanently at risk for doing this. And I would imagine that it's not a very, whatever might have been agreed, is not a very safe place for Prigozhin. And the other thing I know is that Prigozhin is an extremely shrewd criminal operator. He understands the psychology because he lives by the same creed as Putin does. And so it just doesn't make sense what's happened so far. And I suspect that there's some type of deal that was done, and the only question is who said what to whom and what was promised, and can anybody enforce those promises? And so I think that the story's not over. We're going to see more as days go by. And most importantly, what I would say is that Putin is now seen to be who he really is, which is a weak, scared little man. And that can't be very good for him in a world where he holds on to power by looking like a strong man.
Russian analyst Bill Browder, and I spoke to him a little earlier this morning.
Well, the US presidential election is some 500 days away. The race to the White House is heating up, and experts say that a Trump-Biden contest is not out of the question. But if Donald Trump is victorious and inaugurated in 2024, what exactly would that mean for Australia?
Well, Bruce Walpy is a former Democratic staff member of the US Congress during the Obama presidency, and he's written a new book called Trump's Australia, where he argues another Trump term would be increasingly difficult for the current government to manage.
When Scott Morrison was Prime Minister, Malcolm Turnbull before him, they managed the relationship very effectively in a world of tumult from Trump's presidency. And I think a lot of credit has to be given to them and the two ambassadors, Joe Hockey, Arthur Sinodinos. And so even though Trump was proposing policies that challenged Australia on what's going to happen in Asia, on trade policy, on economic policy, they could keep it together. Prime Minister Albanese is governing and projecting political messages in the spirit of Joe Biden. They are almost brothers as far as what their priorities are concerned. Trump doesn't like those policies. And just given the difference in backgrounds and outlook and so forth, there could be tension in the relationship. So it will require a lot of work to keep things where they are today.
You look at these ideas in your book, Trump's Australia. What are some of the broader impacts, the mega trends and themes if Donald Trump were to be re-elected as President of the United States? With those mega trends and themes that you might see play out there, how does that trickle down to Australia?
His themes are America first, protectionism and isolationism, and all things which can threaten Australia's role in the region and the world, and what Australia wants to accomplish. So Trump would have, what's he going to do with China, and how does that affect Asia Pacific? What's he going to do on trade? How does it affect Australian markets? So I think it would be a real question of managing that. So I think we'll see everything Trump did in a more severe fashion, which could really affect Australia's outlook.
Okay, but you stay here, and I'm going to quote you. Australia's democracy will survive Trump, but the alliance with America may not. Surely you can't be suggesting that Canberra will turn its back against Washington.
Doesn't want to, wants to manage it. There are two baskets of issues. What's Trump going to do on policy? How does Australia respond? What's going to happen to AUKUS? What's going to happen to China? What's going to happen to trade? That's bread and butter stuff. But if Trump takes America down a road where America's democracy is really threatened, if he sends troops into the streets for law and order, if he puts journalists in jail, if he doesn't follow laws passed by Congress, if he ignores orders of the Supreme Court, in other words, if he becomes an authoritarian figure, the basis of the relationship between Australia and the United States is an affinity of values, believe in democracy, in human rights, in the rule of law. If Trump abandons those, then I think in this country there will be a debate about, well, why are we aligned with the United States if the United States is no longer a democracy? So I call that an existential question. I'm not saying we're going to get there, but I think the one point of the book is that we need to start thinking about these things. Okay, what's he going to do on China, but what's he going to do to America's democracy that will affect Australia's outlook? And let's talk about it now.
That was Bruce Wolpe joining us a little earlier. Well, Artworks gets a unique insight into what happens when you combine the creativity of an Australian industrial designer and a French straw marqueterie artisan.
This dynamic collaboration centres on a rare 17th century craft that has been reimagined to create stunning and vibrant designs.
When the straw arrives, it's sort of like this long tube that I take and split with my nail and flat it into a ribbon. And then I will stick each ribbon of straw edge to edge, one by one.
Straw marqueterie as a practice has never been done before in Australia, so we have this absolute freedom where potentially if Arthur was still in France, there's these expectations and this history and this pedigree that you have to respect. So it's kind of this nice cultural mesh that we're doing something very different. We can be absolutely free.
I first trained as a cabinet maker in fine woodworking. I really want to do something a little bit different, and I was seeing all the waste in wood, and I thought, oh, the straw is really nice because it's sort of like this ecological material.
So Arthur came around with the straw and some of his samples, which were just beautiful. We create unique objects that are covered in straw marqueterie.
From what we know, straw marqueterie arose around the 17th century. It was done more by convicts and religious people. When people couldn't afford to use wood marqueterie, they were using straw instead. Now it's sort of become the opposite because of the time you spent on it.
And making components to it.
Yeah.
And companies, very luxury brands like Hermes or Louis Vuitton, Cartier, have really embraced it recently. Straw, actually, the cellular makeup has a glass component, and that's where it gets its reflective qualities and the iridescence. The straw's obviously dyed the colour, but there's no finish that goes on the straw. It is the natural straw that throws this incredible light and iridescence. Yeah, it almost looks like there's a battery behind it or something.
Because the whole process is handmade, it can take many hours and spend months.
Like, I think our largest piece might have 16,000 individual ribbons, so that's months upon months of laying the straw.
I guess it's meditative almost. It sort of reminds you that it's sometimes good to take a time.
We're in no rush with these pieces. We just want to create hopefully special pieces, and if they take a long time, they take a long time.
Just beautiful, isn't it? It is. And you can catch the full story and a whole lot more right here at 5 p.m. on Artworks. Stay with Art. The Young Archie competition runs alongside the Archibald Prize and invites artists from 5 to 18 years old to submit a portrait of someone special to them.
The winners for this year's competition have been announced. Earlier, we were joined by Victoria Collins from the New South Wales Art Gallery and Jasmine Dye, who took out the 13 to 15-year-old category.
It's a painting of my friend Nevaeh. She's very, very close. We've known each other since year 7. Over the years, our friendship has really begun to flourish, and it's been so interesting to hear about her story and understand where she came from and observe how driven she is about her passions.
Yeah. You can see the drive in her eyes here. We're showing it right now. It's a portraiture prize, but not everything is real life. There's abstract work in there. Why did you choose this style of art to portray your friend? Because it's very detailed.
I thought it was very appropriate to be able to capture everything, just to show everything that she's been through. So capturing all the detail shows the detail of her life, but basically representing that.
This is just one example of the many talented entries in this year's prize, and I think it was a record number of entries, wasn't it, Victoria?
Yes, it was. Yeah. Over 3,400 this year.
Is that talk to us about the quality of entries that you see?
Oh, they're just incredible. So every year it just seems to get better and better, and whenever I'm kind of sorting and processing and opening the envelopes, there's audible gasps with the volunteers I work with when artworks, especially something as beautiful as Jasmine's come out. That actually stopped the whole room. Everyone's like, oh, come look at this. And yeah, so it's really exciting.
When you look at these, it's been going for 11 years now, the Young Archies. How would you say it's developed, evolved over the years, and what does it tell us about the emerging artists in the country?
Yeah, so I think people have grown to know about it more. They've seen that high standards. They've aspired to be part of it as well. But I think it just creates such a positive view of what young artists that are out there. But also I think another beautiful side of it is because it's someone who's special to them and the stories behind them, I feel really positive about how young people view their peers, their families, the elders in their community. So I feel very positive for these emerging generations.
I'd like to have a look at some of the other portraits that we have with us, and I think I want to talk about Toby Lopata's portrait. This is Toby drew his grandfather.
Yes.
So tell us about this, because this in itself is amazing.
Oh, it's absolutely stunning, isn't it? Just the painterly qualities in that artwork.
And this is Toby at age 9.
Yes, and he's very prolific too. When I met the family yesterday, the family were proudly showing me he apparently sits in restaurants and cafes just drawing all the time. And yeah, I'm just so thrilled, because that's what I would hope, with creating something like Young Archie, that you're really encouraging those kids who are passionate about drawing to really express themselves. And
Jasmine, was this something, have you always been an artist, and is this the Young Archies, something that you've always aspired to, or did someone have to twist your arm?
I guess I've always sort of been like a visual person. Especially this time, my whole family was like, oh, we went to go see the Archies. They're like, oh, I think you could do this. I think you could enter this. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I think so. And instantly I thought I should do Nevaeh, because she's just such a beautiful person. I really wanted to encapsulate that.
How did she feel about sitting for you?
She had to sit there for about 2 hours, so she had a pretty sore neck afterwards. But she did really enjoy the fact that I was able to do such good justice with the painting.
I'm pretty sure she was happy with the end result?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
And who gets the finished product here? Where does the portrait go?
When I get back, if I get it back, I'll probably give it to Nevaeh.
Who say because sometimes the galleries...
No, they always get given. We know how precious they are to families, so yes.
Victoria, I want to ask you about one of my favourites as well.
Yes, of course.
This was drawn by Emily Spencer.
Yes.
At age 5. And she won, she was a finalist for the 5 to 8-year-old category, wasn't it? And it's entitled Mummy with a Bandage.
Yes.
It's very Picasso-like.
Isn't it? Yes, I know. It's beautiful. When you actually look closely at it, there's etching into that paint and just so many different techniques. And another thing I love about it too is, you've got the hand of the artist being shown in the artwork too. So, yeah, really, really beautiful work.
That's what I think some of women's Picasso, as you can see, Dora, the music almost coming through there. There were some others that from such a young age, and Jasmine, this might be something you'd like to comment on as well. We're saying we sing Picasso in that. We're novices when it comes to art, but we know kind of what we like. There's, some Gary Shedd, some Olsen, in particularly one that I was drawn to, Phoebe Raft's one, with her mother with the crown. When you're painting, do you draw inspiration of the great artists that we just mentioned?
Yeah, I think a lot of artists do, especially Billy Hobbs, you do a lot of inspiration from an artist. I particularly didn't do that this time. I just did what I want to do, like my style. But yeah.
Victoria, what are you seeing as, Kat said, 11 years already this competition has been in existence. What are you seeing in terms of evolution with all the entries that are coming in?
I guess just that kind of confidence that the children have and the range of materials, and we don't try and restrict it to just drawing or painting. So we have artworks this year that have wool on them and collage and digital. No, we don't ask for digital. I want the hand of the artist to be really visible, and that's something I'm certainly looking for when I'm shortlisting, is some element of the child's personality coming through in the brush strokes or the pencil marks, and that kind of creativity as well. But they can't believe how much the talent seems to just get better and better every year.
I definitely want to pursue some sort of career in art. I actually have been thinking of going for the Bachelor of Visual Arts at Sydney University. So.
And then straight to the Louvre. Something like that. Congratulations. It's really beautiful work. Thank you so much for joining us, Victoria and Jasmine.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now, Sydney Harbour Bridge has been a festival of football this morning in celebration of the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup, which officially kicks off in 25 days.
Host of the ABC's Tracy Holmes spoke to Rhiannon Mutton, the head of FIFA's Women's World Cup.
What we can expect, first of all, is massive stadiums. We've got some great opportunities here for everyone to come and watch the matches. And I think really the level of football that we're going to see is going to be improving as we go through the tournament.
Well, a little bit earlier, you were with me up on the Harbour Bridge. It was incredibly windy, 4,000 people celebrating. They released the Unity jersey, which is basically reflective of all the colours of the host countries, Australia and New Zealand, and the landscapes in both of those countries, and a square for each of the 32 nations competing. It's a bigger tournament this time, the first time it's 32 nations for women. What can we expect just from that increase?
Yeah, you're quite right. Yeah, increasing from 24 to 32 teams is massive for us. We've got brand new teams as well playing, coming from actually all of the different continents as well. So I think what we can expect is to have, just really good quality football. We saw in the Confederations qualifiers last summer how just the level has improved over the last couple of years.
And you've been out, you've looked at all of the venues, you've inspected here in Sydney, across in New Zealand, Brisbane, Melbourne, all of the cities that are hosting events. But what about the players themselves? Because you must have noticed this in 2019, when there are full crowds, when there are full stadiums, when the world has tuned in, which they now do for women's football, what does that do with the performance on the pitch?
Yeah, you're quite right. It's an inspiration, I think, for every player who have got to this stage. It's absolutely massive. I think we will see, hopefully like we saw in the Men's World Cup in Qatar last year, that some of the teams who are performing for the first time will go even better than they were. I mean, we saw what happened with Morocco, what happened with Saudi Arabia in the Men's World Cup. We're hoping to have some surprise results as well. But all of the groups are very strong. I know Australia have got a particularly strong group, but we're just looking forward to some fantastic football kicking off in 25 days.
Yeah, we know that one of the teams that is making their debut here will be the Morocco women's team. and I've seen some shots of some of the facilities that they have been built for them. First time qualified, and they outdo some of the men's facilities I've seen in some parts of Europe. I mean, there's a real investment and there's a real wish, and I think they just want the women to succeed in places that we haven't heard about before.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think the investment that we've seen here in Australia and also in New Zealand has been pretty significant. Our training sites have been upgraded. We've got a very qualified pitch management team who are focused on making sure that the surfaces that are being played on are going to be the best ever. And there's a lot of renovations going on as well here in Australia and New Zealand to leave a legacy behind after the Women's World Cup. So, yeah, it's very exciting and we're delighted to be here.
Tracy Holmes there. Now it is time to talk sport with Jared Coote. So talk us through that dramatic Super Netball final.
Yeah, what a semi-final it was. LA Thunderbirds taking on the New South Wales Swifts. It was all the Swifts early on. The minor premiers looked like they were going to run away with this one. They led at every stage heading into the final term. Looked pretty relaxed. Maybe the coach, Brian Alker, wasn't so relaxed there. But yeah, in the end, the Thunderbirds in that final quarter really dominated, winning that one 19 to 14. And then we had a frantic final few seconds. The Swifts were up by one here at this stage. Only seconds left. They threw the ball down the court almost in a panic. And the Thunderbirds just threw it down to the goal shooter, who said, okay, well, I guess I'll shoot it in with a second left. She seemed shocked herself. It went to extra time there, and in that extra period, the Thunderbirds, full of momentum, ended up winning 6-4. They were absolutely loving it, and why wouldn't they? A big win for them through to the grand final now. The Swifts will play the winner of the West Coast Fever v the Melbourne Vixens, which will be later on today. But a massive result there. That's 2 wins in a row over the Swifts, who they beat last week in the last round as well in a really, really close finish. But let's hear from Eleanor Cardwell on that win there for the Thunderbirds.
I can't believe it. I think it's not sunk in yet. These girls are just incredible, and I think tonight we showed what we can do. Coming from last week and having the win, we knew they were going to come out hard, and they did exactly that. And I'm just so proud of how we all stepped up when it needed to be. And I can't believe we're in the grand final.
Well, they're very excited, it looks like.
Absolutely.
What's going on in the golf?
So the PGA Championship, this is the second women's major of the year. Same face at the top of the leaderboard. Irishwoman Leah Maguire has a one-shot lead heading into the final round tomorrow. She's 2 under par 69, 7 under for the tournament. So she'll take that one-stroke lead. And she had 5 birdies and 2 bogeys, the world number 12 in that last round. South Korean Jenny Shin, she sits in second position, just a shot for the back. 5 under for the day. That was the best of anyone out in the field in the third round. And Grace Kim and Gabriella Ruffles are tied for 12th. They're the best of the Australians, 6 shots further back. Minjee Lee was looking good heading into that third round, but she's now back in a tie for 26th. So, yeah, not much of a chance of the 2 Australians there catching up. Anything's possible. They're not too far behind, but yeah, it's a big bridge to climb there if they want to get that done.
Jared, thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jared.
Now, native Hawaiian drag queens have taken to the stage to teach younger generations about gender fluidity. Gender fluidity, otherwise known as mahu in Hawaiian, has existed in the country, in the state for hundreds of years as the hallmark of a culture that allows space between the concepts of male and female.
The drag show came on the sidelines of a native Hawaiian convention and coincided with Pride Month.
So colourful, isn't it?
It is indeed. And that is all for Weekend Breakfast for today. Thank you so much for your company this morning.
Miriam Corwell will have the latest on the top stories in just a minute, including the latest on the situation in Russia. And Weekend Breakfast will be back next weekend. Have a wonderful week till then.
Supporting new migrants and refugees. Protecting our planet.
Breaking down barriers. Lending a helping hand.
These are some of the ways we became Australians of the Year.
The Australian of the Year awards are nominated by you.
So come on, reflect, respect,
and celebrate
Australians who are making a real difference.
Nominate them now at australianoftheyear.org.au.
From Housing Commission
I think growing up poor, that was the formative experience of my life.
to constitutional lawyer,
She carried the Constitution around when she was a kid, which is just weird.
I just remember thinking it was really super cool.
Megan Davis's dream to give her people a voice.
Megan is going to hold a very important chapter in the story of Australia.
She's kept the fire of Uluru burning.
She's deadly, she's out there doing it. I feel emotional and feel tired and I feel optimistic.
On Australian Story, tomorrow.
Anthony LaPaglia is on a personal journey.
All the way from Italy to Australia. That first real wave of Italian migration.
Unearthing a chapter in Australian history.
Some of them decided to work hard. Some of them went back to their old habits.
That remained untold until now.
This is a story of a gang that terrorised the cane fields of North Queensland for over a decade.
Extortion, threats, intimidating witnesses.
Super threatening stuff.
A criminal secret society which is connected back to Calabria.
At the core of mafia behavior is greed.
It's hard to imagine this place is the heart of their criminal activities.
The Black Hand starts Tuesday 8:30 on ABC TV and ABC iView. Every picture tells a story.
George didn't want your stereotypical princess. He wanted a fighter.
From iconic images.
He had no idea what was coming.
To private snaps.
He was a man who lived 3 lives in one lifetime.
Oh yeah, I've never seen anybody so fearless.
The defining moments of our most famous icons.
This was the starving years. She's a survivor.
Life in 10 Pictures, Thursday at 8 on ABC and ABC iView.
Comedian Joel Creasy is swapping punchlines for puppies.
What you want a Fringe, you want Jeff Aniston, or you want Karen?
He's on a rescue mission to help pounding pounds find their forever homes.
She saved me as well. We saved each other.
In a new series, he'll get a lot of love.
Oh, he loves you.
And some barking mad moments.
Sit.
New Leash on Life starts Tuesday, July 4 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
I need you to listen to me very carefully. The 2 men who just entered are here to kill you. We have to get you out right now.
We're going away for a while. A surprise holiday.
She has completely lost it. Tasmania, new home.
Little town has everything you need. You'll find mostly a friendly bunch.
Hi. We have a visitor in town.
She's frightened as someone.
That's just going to get worse coming here.
There's a mystery.
What's happening?
She's on the right business.
Town is full of psychopaths.
You don't want to be overthinking things.
Bag of Fires starts July 16 on ABC TV and ABC iView. Intimate interviews.
How old were you when your father died?
I was 8.
Emotional insights.
It's like sharks circling.
Provoking change.
There's always 2 parts to every story.
Great chats between extraordinary people. Stream it free on ABC iView.
Today, from rebelling to retreat, ahead of Wagner leaves the Russian city of Rotobot. Devastation broken by Belarus. Also, a Canadian investigators speak to crew members of the support ship of the doomed Titan submersible. It is football fever in Sydney with hundreds of people marching ahead of the FIFA Women's World Cup.
It's bouncing, it's through. No one has their kick shot over double time.
As next one's a fun high after one of the largest wins in the club's history. Hello, welcome to ABC News. I'm Miriam Corrawell. A short-lived mutiny against the Russian government is over before it really began. Wagner mercenaries, which had been threatening to march on Moscow, have backed down after a deal brokered by Belarus. Just 24 hours ago, the head of the Wagner Group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, had declared a rebellion after accusing Russian forces of firing on his troops. Now he's left the Russian city of Rostov-on-Don, cheered on by crowds. The city had come under the private army's control when its troops left Ukraine. But Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko intervened, brokering a deal to cool off the rebellion.
They wanted to disband the Wagner military company. We embarked on a march of justice. In 24 hours, we got to within 200 kilometers of Moscow. In this time, we did not spill a single drop of our fighters' blood. Now the moment has come when blood could be spilled. Understanding responsibility for the chance that Russian blood will be spilled on one side, we're turning our columns around and going back to field camps as planned.
Under the agreement, the Kremlin has dropped all charges against Prigozhin, who will leave Russia and head to Belarus. Ukraine's president says the incident shows Russia is in chaos.
Today is a day when there should definitely be no silence. Today, the world saw that the bosses of Russia do not control anything. Nothing at all. Complete chaos. Complete absence of any predictability. And it is happening on Russian territory, which is fully loaded with weapons.
Meanwhile, Foreign Minister Penny Wong has made a statement saying Australia is closely monitoring developments in Russia, adding the federal government will continue to condemn Russia's immoral and illegal invasion of Ukraine. For more on the situation in Russia and the implications for Vladimir Putin and Ukraine, we're joined now by Global Affairs editor John Lyons. John, great to have you with us again today. Just how should we now interpret this latest move involving Belarus now playing a role here?
Well, Miriam, I think it's a high-stakes chess game. This is not the end of the story by any means. Yevgeny Prigozhin is a very smart operator. Sometimes people underestimate him. You don't go from being in jail. I mean, who is Yevgeny Prigozhin? He was in jail when he was 20. As an 18-year-old, he got into crime. He had a tough childhood. 20, he's sentenced to jail for 12, 13 years for robbery and fraud. He then leaves jail, becomes a hot dog salesman, then does well at that, opens a restaurant, does well at that, he knew Vladimir Putin from St. Petersburg, starts getting contracts to cater for the army and for the elite, ends up a billionaire oligarch who basically faced down yesterday the man he used to serve nice meals to. So I think that where this goes next is Yevgeny Prigozhin. They got to the edge of the conflict. They did a deal. Putin didn't want to have the fight. We can see on the picture on the screen now, the scenes like a rock star. You know, the warmth, the hugging, he was like a hero. No one tried to arrest him. Security forces didn't detain him. This is a man who has just said that Vladimir Putin has conducted an entire war based on a lie. This is a man who has said that the chief general who drove it did it because he wanted another star on his lapel, so when he laid in his coffin on a nice pillow, he'd have a nicer uniform. So he's gone all out attacking them. He now goes to Belarus. That's the deal. And they came back from the brink of civil war, but I think he will sit in Belarus and plot. The generals, the oligarchs will all now realise that Putin is a weakened figure.
So does bringing Belarus into the picture take some of the pressure, though, off Vladimir Putin? Is that the way that they've had to de-escalate this?
It solves the immediate pressure. We've seen pictures in the last few hours of the Russians, the forces, security people were digging up roads. They had bulldozers digging up the highways that led to Moscow to try to stop the Wagner people getting to Moscow. They got to within 200 kilometres. They were 2 hours drive away. So it shows you not a single soldier tried to stop Yevgeny Prigozhin and the Wagner people. I think for Vladimir Putin, that would be what he'd be reeling about now. He'd be stunned by the fact no one tried to stop him. They were getting a hero's welcome. So the problem doesn't go away for Vladimir Putin. He is in a lot of trouble.
It buys him a little bit of time, but my next question is, now that we have Putin going to Belarus, Wagner troops now retreating back into Ukraine, what do we anticipate will be the chain of command there?
I think that he'll pull the troops out of Ukraine. I don't think they'll stay there. I think now it's in his interests, Prigozhin's interest, now that he's declared his hand, that the war fails. So I think that's the end of Wagner's fighting, and they've been crucial. They have held Bakhmut and done all sorts of things, and so it weakens the Russian army. And so Prigozhin's, dream plan in a way would be the war fails, Putin's in trouble, they're looking for a charismatic leader who's got the cred Russian army and with the Russian people. He's very popular. People like him. He's blunt talking. He's been in the trenches. Yesterday, his reason for doing this deal with Belarus is, I didn't want any Russian blood spilt. It's a good line. I mean, it's a very smart political line. Wasn't Putin would have spilt blood, Russian blood, that's the implication. He didn't want it, so he's done this deal. So he's gone right into the lion's cage. He's looked the lion in the eye, and we can see him there. He's straight talking. The Russian government has tried to stop him appearing on Russian television over the last year. There's been a ban on some television stations even having him on. Putin's threatened by him, but has needed him. So it's an intriguing relationship between these two who've known each other 25 years. They know each other's measure, and I think Prigozhin's playing a blinder of a game. I think he knows exactly what he's doing.
And the Kremlin has also dropped that criminal investigation. So what does that tell you?
Well, it says that I think that it's a capitulation by the Kremlin, that they were surprised by, you know, the audacity of Prigozhin to pull his troops out of Ukraine, to go to Rostov-on-Don, to take control of all of the military facilities in the headquarters of what was running the Ukraine war, then say, I'm coming to Moscow. They then get in their cars and their convoys. They then, you know, go off and take Voronezh. They take a second town of control of that. So the message from him is, we go where we want to. Nobody stops him. The Ukrainians haven't been able to kill him. The Russian army haven't been able to stop him. So it gives him this sort of status in a country that appreciates and values its military and its strong men. It gives Prigozhin a really big launching pad. I think at some point he's looking for that political career to be a president. When Putin falls, there'll be a scramble for who takes over. He's now in the sort of box seat.
So, as you say there, Vladimir Putin's authority is completely, undermined by these developments. What do you anticipate might be going on there in terms of the political power plays, the allegiances that are being drawn up there?
Well, yesterday we saw the speech of Putin. That was not sort of your classic confident Putin. So I think there'll be a lot of people who've been watching this catastrophic war for Ukraine. It's been a disaster for Russia in every sense. The thousands of young Russian lives that have been lost needlessly, the destruction of their neighbour, the international sanctions. The oligarchs have had all their yachts and apartments in France and other places frozen. So I think now there'll be plenty of people sitting there plotting. If they've got a chance to get Vladimir Putin, they will. I think someone will strike at some point. It's a matter of working out the coalitions, the private armies. You've got this sort of chessboard of the Gazprom private army of 50,000, Wagner's got 25,000, someone else has got 20,000. How do you stitch together an alliance, get the right people on the inner circle and then strike? I think that now it's a matter of Putin will be watching not just the cups of tea that he drinks because he's convinced someone's trying to poison him, but I think he'll be watching every person around him.
Now, taking that chess analogy a little further, we had Prigozhin targeting, in particular, the Defence Minister Shoigu and the military commander Gerasimov. Are we anticipating any changes in terms of Russia's military command?
I don't think Putin could do it at the moment because it would look like he was bowing to Prigozhin. But Putin has been often getting rid of a national security advisor or the people running the campaign in Ukraine. He's dispatched a lot of them, sacked them. And so each time he sacks someone like that, he gets another high-powered, powerful enemy there. So in a way now, he's got that little Praetorian guard around him, people who will protect him, the ex-KGB people, the people he trusts. The waters are lapping up the edge of him, and I think that at some point, he's got a meeting with destiny. He's going to meet his own fate. He realised yesterday that could come close.
All right then. Well, John Lyons, Global Affairs Editor, always wonderful to have you with us and your insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary.
Canadian investigators have begun an inquiry into the tightness of submersible which imploded last week during a deep dive to the wreckage of the Titanic. Police and safety inspectors boarded the support ship Apollo Prince after it returned to port in Newfoundland. Canadian authorities have begun interviewing the crew to help determine what caused the tragedy. The chair of Canada's Transportation Safety Board, Kathy Fox, says they'll take the time they need to do a thorough investigation.
We take the time we need to do a thorough investigation, and we're in the early stages, and we need to scope out the lines of inquiry. Typically, our investigations can take 18 months to 2 years. We obviously try and do them quicker because we know everybody wants answers, particularly the family, the public, etc. But we need to take the time. Our mandate is to investigate from a safety perspective, identify what happened, why, and what can be done to reduce the risk of it happening in the future.
Today marks 1 year since the US Supreme Court overturned the landmark Roe v. Wade decision, ending the constitutional right to abortion. Since then, 14 states have passed near total bans on the practice. In many others, the fight over abortion access is still taking place. US President Joe Biden says he will veto a national ban if Congress moves to implement one.
We've seen the devastating effects all across the country. Women turned away from emergency rooms, denied life-saving care. Moms, college students, teachers, nurses traveling hundreds of miles to get basic reproductive health care. You know, and since that dark June day last year, each of you has worked tirelessly to fight back. And the Dobbs decision, the court practically dared the women of America to be heard. This is the majority road. Women are not without electoral or political power. You ain't seen nothing yet, court.
Funerals of the victims of the New South Wales Hunter Valley bus crash will begin from tomorrow. 28-year-old Angus Craig will be farewelled by family and friends at a memorial service near Nowra on the state's south coast. 10 people were killed in the crash, while several others were injured when the bus rolled at Greta earlier this month. An investigation is underway into an alleged violent burglary north of Brisbane yesterday morning. Police allege 5 intruders entered a house armed with weapons, including a knife and what appeared to be a gun. They then left in a damaged silver Mitsubishi Lancer. Residents say they're shaken by the incident.
I think you're in a nice neighbourhood, you know, you got kids and old people, and then just boom, someone's getting robbed.
That could have been, easily could have been us.
Emergency services in South Australia are warning a dam at Hope Forest south of Adelaide is at high risk of failure. Overflowing water could impact nearby properties, but affected residents have left the area. More severe weather is expected to lash the region throughout the day. Thousands of people have flocked to Sydney Harbour to walk, jog or dance across the bridge to mark the countdown to the FIFA Women's World Cup. With 25 days to go until official kick-off, the public event aims to embrace unity, inclusivity and, of course, love for the game. The first World Cup game will be between Australia and the Republic of Ireland on the 20th of July. Now to a story about a young man from Queensland bringing music and joy to aged care residents in Brisbane. He volunteers once a week playing old classics for an hour of fun karaoke, and the residents love him.
Nick Margan is a regular showstopper at this aged care home in Brisbane. Sharing his tunes and moves with its residents. As he leads the centre's weekly sing-alongs. Competition between the two generations began after the 27-year-old, who lives with Down syndrome, asked to volunteer.
Through the interview, talked about his music. So I thought, well, that's the best place for him to be.
Music is a part of my life, because it is what I am, and singing makes me happy.
2 years on, the melodies are still sweet. It's not only Nick who gets enjoyment out of it, the residents here are always asking for an encore.
I thought it was marvellous, and he danced so well.
The bond goes beyond the music.
Oh, he meant so much to me.
Oh, yes, I know, darling. I know.
It just really got to me, because I felt like he was a son to me.
We're lucky to have him.
And Nick feels the same. Sarah Richards, ABC News, Brisbane.
Turning full circle, a fishing industry pioneer is literally taming the wild seas by giving back. Landline's Sean Murphy has been following the progress of a former abalone diver who's enhancing nature by growing abalone where they previously didn't exist.
We're on our way to the world's most abundant source of green-lipped abalone. It's an enhanced fishery at Flinders Bay in southwest of WA. Just a decade ago, there were hardly any of the prized sea snails here. For Brad Adams, it's a dream come true.
Well, I guess they can. Depends what you wish for. But yeah, what we created here is just amazing. Starting up for the first time you were here in 2011 when it was just trials, research and development, me and a little boat and one employee.
When we first caught up with the former wild catch abalone diver, he was experimenting with artificial reef designs. He was convinced Flinders Bay was an ideal location for the world's first ever abalone ranch. It had abundant feed and pristine waters, just no reef for the abalone to grow on.
A number of designs that I've used was real backyard sort of stuff. I've got solid blocks, hollow blocks, round tubes, Besser blocks, and some work really well and some don't. So it's been a real learning experience as to what's suitable and what's not. It's a big experiment. So I'm trialling the size of abalone at release to work out what's the best size to put them in the water. So we're working at growth rates, we're working at mortality. I've got a number of different habitat designs I'm trialling.
By 2016, he'd transformed Flinders Bay, building a 12-kilometre long reef with 5,000 of his custom-built cement habitats. And abalone transferred to the reef as hatchery-bred juveniles were thriving.
The food's there, the environmental conditions are fantastic, it's pristine waters, and they just grow naturally without any intervention from us.
Today, a team of 14 divers harvest up to 90 tonnes a year from a 20-kilometre reef. It's evolved from a sea ranch to an enhanced fishery. And the abalone grown here fetch a 40% price premium above farm product.
So what we've created out there is actually a fishery. So it's actually called a hatch and catch fishery. So the abalone that we produce there are a wild product, and wild abalone are in high demand in the world because most of it's aquaculture.
The reef has become a diverse ecosystem, attracting hundreds of species of fish, and this positive environmental impact has helped gain sustainability certification from the Global Marine Stewardship Council, or MSC.
A set of sustainability criteria set by the Marine Stewardship Council that you get assessed against, and you have to meet all those hurdles to then be assessed as a sustainable business under the Marine Stewardship Council guidelines, so that customers, when they're choosing their products at the retail outlets or in the restaurant, they know that their choices are actually coming from a renewable, sustainable fishery.
And you can see more of that story today on Landline at 12:30 on ABC TV and from the Live View. What happens when you combine the creativity of an Australian industrial designer and a French straw marquetry artisan? Well, Artworks has been given a unique insight into this intriguing process. The collaboration centres on a rare 17th century craft that has been reimagined to create stunning and vibrant designs.
When the straw arrives, it's sort of like this long tube that I take and split with my nail and flat it into a ribbon. And then I will stick each ribbon of straw edge to edge, one by one.
Straw marquetry as a practice has never been done before in Australia, so we have this absolute freedom where potentially if Arthur was still in France, you know, there's these expectations and this history and this pedigree that you have to respect. So it's kind of this nice cultural mesh that we're doing something very different. We can be absolutely free.
I first trained as a cabinet maker in fine woodworking. I really want to do something a little bit different, and I was seeing all the waste in wood, and I thought, oh, the straw is really nice because it's sort of like this ecological material.
So Arthur came around with the straw and some of his samples, you know, which were just beautiful. We create unique objects that are covered in straw marquetry.
From what we know, straw marquetry arose around the 17th century. It was done more by convicts and religious people. When people couldn't afford to use wood marquetry, they were using straw instead. Now it's sort of become the opposite because of the time you spent on it.
The hand-making component to it.
Yeah.
And companies, very luxury brands like Hermes or Louis Vuitton, Cartier, have really embraced it recently. Straw, actually, the cellular makeup has a glass component, and that's where it gets its reflective qualities and the iridescence. The straw's obviously dyed the colour, but there's no finish that goes on the straw. It is the natural straw that throws this incredible light and iridescence. Yeah, it almost looks like there's a battery behind it or something.
Because the whole process is handmade, it can take many hours and spend months.
Like, I think our largest piece might have 16,000 individual ribbons, so that's months upon months of laying the straw.
I guess it's meditative almost. It sort of reminds you that, sometimes it's good to take your time.
We're in no rush with these pieces. We just want to create, hopefully, special pieces, and if they take a long time, they take a long time.
And you can catch the full story and a whole lot more at 5 p.m. on Artworks on ABC TV. Now it's time for All the Day's Sport with Jared Coote.
It's tough to separate Australia and England heading into day 4 of the women's test match in Nottingham. Australia has a 92-run lead after dismissing England for 463 in their first innings. Abby Beaumont was the star for the home side, posting the highest ever score by an English woman, reaching 208, which left England just 10 runs behind the Australians. Beth Mooney and Phoebe Litchfield then put on an unbeaten 82-run stand to end day 3. Irish woman Leona Maguire has a one-shot lead heading to the final round of the Women's PGA Golf Championship. Maguire shot a 2-under par 69 in the third round to set 7 under for the tournament. World number 12, 5 birdies and 2 bogeys in her round. South Korean Jenny Shins hits a shot for the back, shooting field best 5 under for the day in a bogey-free round. Grace Kim and Gabriella Ruffles are the best placed Australians in a tie for 12th, 6 shots off the lead. Essendon's 4-match AFL win run has come to an end. The Bombers fell to a 32-point defeat against Fremantle in Perth. The Dockers kicked 14 goals, 993 to 9 goals, 761 in front of over 43,000 fans in Perth. Earlier, the Eagles went down by 171 points to Sydney at the SCG, the 4th biggest defeat in AFL VFL history. Swans won 31 goals, 19, 205 goals, 434. It was the greatest number of points West Coast have conceded since they entered the competition in 1987. Adelaide Thunderbirds booked their spot in the Super Netball Grand Final with a thrilling 64-62 extra time victory over the Swifts in Sydney. The Thunderbirds trailed at every change until a 19 goals to 14 final quarter locked the game at 58 all and forced extra time. The Thunderbirds then went on to win the extra period 6 goals to 4 to cap off a dramatic victory. Later on today, the West Coast Fever take on Melbourne Vixens in the minor semi-final.
I can't believe it. I think it's not sunk in yet. These girls are just incredible, and I think tonight we showed what we can do. Coming from last week and having the win, we knew they were going to come out hard, and they did exactly that. And I'm just so proud of how we all stepped up when it needed to be. And I can't believe we're in the grand final.
In the NRL, the Storm overcame a slow start to beat Manly 24 points to 6 in Melbourne. The Seagulls took the lead early on in the match, but the Storm scored 6 unanswered tries to seal an 18-point victory that keeps them third on the competition ladder. Earlier, the Panthers beat the Knights 20 points to 12. That's despite resting all 5 of their State of Origin players, while the first half blitz handed the Eels a 48-20 win against the Dolphins on the Sunshine Coast. Australian Alex de Minaur is through to his second ATP final of the season. The world number 18 beat the world number 6 Olga Rune in straight sets at the Queen's Club tournament. The 24-year-old made just 9 unforced errors in the 6-3, 7-6 victory over the second seed. Diminor will be chasing an 8th tour-level title when he takes on world number 2, Carlos Alcaraz, in the final. The Spaniard qualified for his first ATP final on grass by beating Sebastian Korda 6-3, 6-4.
Looking around the country, in Queensland, mostly cloudy in the north, mainly fine in the southeast and sunny and cool in the southwest. To New South Wales and the ACT, mostly sunny in the east and southwest, snow in the Alps, clear in the northwest. Victoria, windy with showers in the southwest, mostly sunny in the southeast, cloud increasing in the northwest, a late shower in the northeast and snow on the Alps. Turning to Tasmania, showers in the southeast, snow on the highlands, widespread storms elsewhere. A rainy day for South Australia with storms in the southeast and over central parts, mostly sunny in the west and north. For Western Australia, showers easing in fact in the south, mainly fine and warm in the north. In the Northern Territory, fog clearing to a sunny day over Arnhem, mostly sunny in the northwest top end and mainly clear and cool over the interior and the south. That is the latest from ABC News. I'm Miriam Corowitz. Stay with us. Offsiders is coming up next. Thank you for your company.
City has been in lockdown.
Goal for the Matildas. There it is. It's over. Does the streak continue? It does.
That is unbelievable.
That is fine. It's coming home. Back where it belongs.
Hello and welcome to Offsiders. Almost from the moment they entered the AFL 36 years ago, the West Coast Eagles have been a powerhouse club. But after last night's 171-point thumping by the Sydney Swans, Perth's glamour team has hit rock bottom. It's the 4th biggest losing margin in AFL-VFL history, and coach Adam Simpson must surely be contemplating whether he's the man to lead the Eagles out of the wilderness.
Comes to ground, hurried snap out of the pack immediately for the Swans, and they get the opener within the first minute of the game. 2 in a very short space of time.
Yeah, it's looking like a tough day at the office for Adam Simpson.
The heat is certainly on the West Coast Eagles as the Sydney Swans just dominating so many aspects of the game.
And this is where the West Coast Eagles are just getting it wrong. Look at all the youngsters around this contest and they all just get drawn into the football, about 6 of them.
It's going to be a real challenge for these senior players, for the Eagles and for the senior people in the club.
It's a proud club, the West Coast Eagles. They've been so strong for so long. It's actually hard to see it happen. Just don't see this in league football.
There is the highest score for the Swans at the first 3 quarters in the history of the club. Advantage goal. Another one. 16 unanswered.
When she lost like this, I mean, it's going to need direction and solidarity. I mean, there'll be calls for the coach.
McLean from almost point-blank range. Check signs it through. What are we seeing in the SCG? The Swans crack 200. It's a bloodbath. The Sydney Swans defeat the Eagles by 171 points.
Obviously, I'm pretty embarrassed about today. From start to finish, we're on the back foot. We couldn't gain any type of ascendancy at all, and in the end, we got what we deserved.
The Swans kicked 21 of the last 22 goals to bring up the double ton at the SCG. Usually only talking about double tons at the SCG in summer. Our panellists this morning, Corbin Middlemass, Lisa Alexander and Jamie Pandaram. Corbin, you're a West Aussie. You spent the first 3 years of your life in Perth. What would be the mood in Perth this morning, waking up on this Sunday morning?
They are the biggest one of the biggest sports teams in Australia, not just in WA. 70% of the state barrack for the West Coast Eagles, so they're much loved, and in a national competition they've been as successful as any team, alongside the Cats and the Hawks really over the past 35 years. So it's so unusual to see the Eagles in this spot. I imagine they'll be flat as a pancake, those that are still invested. The bigger problem that you get to is the people that are no longer that invested. And as the Lumineers line says, it's not necessarily the opposite of love isn't hate. The opposite of love is indifference. And if people get to the point where they just think, I'm not engaged anymore, I'm detached from what's going on. And I think that's why the Eagles have ended up, without sort of trying to go too deep down this path, they don't tolerate losing. All of a sudden, losing's acceptable. Then they lose 2 games in a single season. Then they get used to losing by 100 points. They lose 3 of their last 7 by 100. And instead of being 100 on the weekend, it's 171. I mean, this is just a new low again for this West Coast Eagles, which is so used to setting records at the other end of the table.
Yeah, worst loss in club history. You've been in that coaching hot seat, Lisa Alexander. Do you feel for Adam Simpson this morning, and what do you think he'd be going through?
Oh, he'll be assessing. Look, I actually have watched him for the past few months, actually, and it's actually painful to watch because you can see the energy draining out of him, particularly at the press conferences, and the shaking of the head and all the things that go with that. It's a despairing place, actually, and I feel for him, but I think some decisions need to be made at this club.
Clearly, and I guess the question is how soon those decisions will come. What did you think when you saw the scoreline?
I actually thought it was a misprint when I came up on my feed. Didn't watch the game, but I think this could be a turning point for the Swans as well. They haven't had a great start. You're the 12th on the ladder, but I tell you what, you'd hate to be coming up against the Swans and Geelong last year's grand finalists who aren't in the top 8. If you've worked that hard to get into qualifying finals and face them in an elimination match. So yeah, the Swans are starting to show some of that form that they have done traditionally after having poor starts.
Yeah. So the West Coast chairman, Paul Fitzgerald, was at the game yesterday. We understand that he's flying to Melbourne for an AFL President's meeting this week because he's Hall of Fame.
Yes.
Coming up this week. So he will be under the pump. He is the big top decision maker, but how will the fallout go, do you think?
It's fascinating. I mean, the back page of the front page of the West Australian today is showing that's the worst loss ever, obviously, in the Eagles' history. Predominantly black today, so it'll be a pretty dark day, I'm sure, for everyone in WA. I find their board dynamics fascinating. So you mentioned their chair in Paul Fitzpatrick, who is the brother of Mike Fitzpatrick, who, of course, is the former chairman of the AFL. So, yeah, a lot of experience, not just him personally, but in his family bloodlines. Ben White is on the board, who is a man I have an awful amount of respect for, but I mean, he's part of this board as well. And the most high-profile name is Justin Langer, who, of course, is a well-credentialed, elite senior coach. Acrimonious split with Cricket Australia in the not-too-distant past, and now they've got a coach who's on contract until 2025. They've tried to defend him at every possible turn. They've got a chief executive who's clearly on the rocks as well, who's been there for a long period of time, and the board are going to have a difficult decision to make. The interesting aspect about West Coast compared to other clubs, if this was any other team in the competition, I think we'd all expect that a loss of that magnitude means the coach goes, and that may be the case anyway. But the Eagles don't feel the same kind of pressure that other clubs do. So other clubs in the league would look at it and think, we're going to lose corporate support, we're going to lose fans, we're going to lose members. They have a whole heap of money in the bank. They had 10 times the amount of money the AFL had when COVID hit, just in reserves, sitting there, so that there is no financial pressure. People are queuing up to be a sponsor of this club. People are queuing up to be members. They pay $60, $70 a year, a few thousand of them, to wait in the wings to get a seat to be a West Coast Eagles member. So if you want to give up your seat, fine, somebody else will take it. So that there's not the same pressures. And I actually think all of that, and Lisa, you work in this space and will know this much more than me, but I think that whole attitude contributes to the fact that they're in the position that they're in now, when there isn't the edge to it and they can tolerate the top of defeats they are. We just see the snowball effect, and they're getting worse and worse and worse.
Simpson fronted the post-match media conference late last night at the SCG, and it was inevitable. He was asked, is he the right man to continue in the job going forward?
Do you still feel like you're the right man, though, for this?
Yes.
I know you're laughing at that question, but...
Well, because you're asking it. Yeah. Well, what do you think I'd say?
Short and sweet. So there wasn't much for the fans in that media conference last night. He certainly wasn't talking to them. Just to highlight how the magnitude of this loss, it is, let's have a look at this. It is the fourth in the 127 seasons, I think, we're in AFL this year, the fourth greatest loss There it is, sitting there. So extraordinary, 171-point margin.
So the previous one was in 2011, and Dean Bailey was coaching Melbourne that day and was sacked afterwards. So that gives you some recent context.
And I think the other issue is that it is an issue for the AFL for the integrity of the competition, really, at the end of the day. The teams that are playing West Coast, and they said this about my team Hawthorn at the start of the year, that we were going to be the bye. Well, I can clearly show you Hawthorn have not done that, and they've been in somewhat of a similar position. But their young coach has got on with it and done the job. I think you're also looking at, are the AFL questioning the West Coast enough about what they're doing? They certainly would do that with the Gold Coast Suns, where their coach is under pressure at the moment. So it's very, very interesting, the difference in pressure that is to bear from the AFL, actually.
Well, the Women's Ashes has kicked off this week with a 5-day standalone test match to kick it off. The Aussies lead the test by 92 runs heading into the 4th day, so it is very well positioned. Bharat Sundaresan was joined by the Aussie captain Alyssa Healy after stumps on day 3, and they filed this report just for us. Bharat.
Thanks, Kelly. Yeah, but we are at Trent Bridge, day 3 of the Women's Ashes Test. Australia forged ahead in the second innings. They are 92 runs ahead after they bowled out England. That means the deficit of 10 runs. And I have Australia as captain, Lisa Healy, with me. That was a long, hard day out there, but look, you ended up in the lead.
Yeah, long, hard day. I mean, we spoke about if we needed to get down and dirty and sort of spend a day in the field, that we were willing to do that. And I think it shows that the beauty of Test cricket today ebbs and flows. I mean, Tony Beaumont had us by scruff of the neck and then spin that around and bowl out at the end. All in all, a really great day for us and a lot of learning to hope for taking into the skin.
I mean, it was a record-breaking day. I mean, Beaumont with the double 100, highest ever score by an Englishwoman in cricket. You played a lot of cricket with her against just a special moment for what was it like there for you?
Yeah, look, I think she batted really, really well. I mean, she had a little luck along the way, but I'm a firm believer that you need a bit of luck in cricket to be a good player. So full credit to her today. I thought she was just in complete control of her game right throughout the day. The wicket's pretty behind, but in saying that, I think she just controlled it and controlled her end as well as she possibly could. So yeah, it was great. And it was great to see so many people here as well celebrating that. I mean, I've never heard a rowdy crowd when someone was 199 in my life, so that was really cool. Full credit to her, and she gave them an opportunity to get close to our score, which is what they need.
Yeah, some of them are giving it to you guys as well, like I was at with the, which is good, right? Like, it is the Ashes. And just you had a maiden century in a couple of days back as well. I mean, Annabelle Sutherland has been with the group for a while, but just to see her sort of come of age in a way in this format, would have been quite special.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's been what's so amazing about our group over the last few years, is that people have had a little taste of it, had a couple of opportunities, and when we've really needed them to come to the fore, they've just done it. I mean, I read something overnight that, Elise Perry said that Bellew was going to be one of the best all-rounders that we're going to see a couple of years ago, and I guess now she's finally getting those opportunities to show everyone how good she is with both bat and ball, and I think to score a century at number 8 for our side is a really, really great effort, and I think she's just going to go onwards and upwards.
It's your game now. I mean, you're 92 ahead. You can force the game and literally decide where it goes from here, unless you lose a few wickets tomorrow.
Yeah, yes and no. I think there's an element of us feeling like we're in a good position, but we also know that there's 180 overs left in the game, and that's a lot of cricket. There's a potential for us, if we're not switched on and not concentrating, to have a mini collapse and all of a sudden, let England back in the game with a sniff. So we're going to have to bat well and probably bat long and give ourselves an opportunity and our bowlers an opportunity to have a real crack at England. We know they're going to try and chase down whatever total we put out for them. So we know we're going to have to bat really well tomorrow and hopefully set ourselves up in the game.
And just finally, on a personal front, like you've been watching Mitch play here. He was like, I just took a picture of him the other day. That went viral. I don't know. No, he's just standing in the queue trying to get in like everyone else. But but you're getting to spend time with each other, sort of, away from home. So what's that been like?
Yeah, it's really cool. I think it's nice that both Ashes series are running at the same time. It's a great opportunity for not just Mitch and I, but also the whole group. groups to sort of share in one another's experiences. I know the boys have been keeping an eye on this Test match, and a lot of the girls are keeping an eye on the back end of that World Test Championship final, and obviously the first game of the Ashes. So it's been great. The atmosphere over here at the moment is absolutely electric. So I'm no doubt after this Test match, come the T20s, it's going to be box office in those grounds. So I can't wait.
Keeping an eye, is Mitch playing a lot?
I have no idea, absolutely no idea.
I was looking for a breaking news story from you. Anyway, thank you so much, Elisa. Thank you.
No, we'll see you here next time, Kelly, maybe.
There you go. Back to you, Kelly.
Yes, thanks, Alyssa. Some of us do have to work early on a Sunday morning. The story was Sutherland, of course, and that century in just her third Test. She's part of cricket royalty, sporting royalty, really. Dad James, former CEO of Cricket Australia, current CEO of Golf Australia, sitting on the Geelong board at the moment. She's got a big future ahead of her.
She certainly does, and it can't be easy carrying that surname. Obviously, her brother Will plays as an all-rounder for Victoria as well. But, you know, magnificent stroke-making. I think it was the second fastest Test century there. So, yeah, I mean, obviously she has carried a lot of potential, and now we're seeing it come to fruition.
She's lived, what do you say? Lived, eat, breathed. It's Sunday morning, Alyssa, okay? Just give me a break. She loves cricket from an early age. Have a look at this little picture. It was so cute with Meg Lanning. Yeah, certainly. Yeah, there you go. So she was certainly into cricket from an early age. Do you like the format, Corbin?
Love the format, hate the point system. So we're getting better with point system, but we're still not there yet. So the Test match used to be worth 6. It's now only worth 4. It needs to be worth 2. It needs to be worth 2 for the Test, 2 for all the white ball games, the 50 over and the T20s. And people will be thinking, oh, but the Test match is the traditional format of the game. The women never get a chance to play it, not at district level, not at state level, not at international level. And so then when we have one every 2 years in an Ashes series, it shouldn't decide the whole series for one format that isn't the skill set that they get to display on a regular basis. So,
tell you what, Lisa, it was a pretty good week if you bat number 8 for Australia, because it started with Pat Cummins, didn't it? And that match-winning innings to claim that opening Test for the men's series at Edgbaston. We have to acknowledge the bravery of Cummins. Just months after his team was labelled too woke and too weak, Cummins has been labelled a climate catastrophe clown. He's been told to keep his politics to himself, to harden up, and yet he and the new coach Andrew McDonald forged this new way forward, and it's working. I mean, this is a player-driven culture, completely different to what it was under Justin Langer.
It certainly is, and look, it's indicated by my text actually to another cricket commentator when I said, what about bowling some Yorkers? And then the very next ball, I'm not joking, I think there was a Yorker that got one of them out. I can't remember which one. However, being a long cricket fan myself and absolutely adoring the Australian cricket team, which I still do, and the women's as well, of course, Pat Cummins has actually been extraordinarily brave, extraordinarily out there with his views, and why shouldn't he? I mean, this is what Australia is all about. And he is leading the team passionately, and he's leading it from the point of view of a philosophy that says, I will empower individuals, and actually go back to cricket traditions of the past, Dennis Lillies and the Jeff Thompsons. These players actually went out and contributed to the coaching environment. They weren't boys, they were men, and they went out and produced, obviously, together some magnificent situations and tactical work under great leadership of the Chappells in the past as well. I think Pat Cummins is magnificent. I love him to death. I love the way he bats. I love the way he bowls. Can we have some more of him, please?
Well said. Sport in itself, I love the coverage of the English press at this time of year as well. And you're a newspaper man, so you would agree. I think this was the best headline of the lot from Fleet Street, particularly when they just lose. Yeah, that says it all, doesn't it? How have you seen the English press react to this one, Jamie? Because Ben Stokes, he came in for some criticism. He's obviously got the aggressive Bazball game plan going. And when you lose by a centimetre and drop a catch that was a tough one anyway, but this is what I'm talking about. They lose this Test by a centimetre, and suddenly the whole philosophy of Bazball's challenged.
It's challenged, but the criticism has been measured. The English press are certainly giving this team a little bit of leeway. The questioning at press conferences has been a little bit softer than you'd expect, because the English public is embracing this style of play. It is exciting to watch. And when they're making these bold declarations, it does set up a win or lose scenario. You know, fans with short attention spans don't want to watch 5-day draws. Who can blame them? We're all the same. We want to see that excitement. They're creating that. However, if they go out and lose the second test, particularly the way they have been talking, they've essentially given Australia no credit at all for the win. They've just said, oh, well, we're the ones doing the entertaining. We're the ones playing all the cricket. You know, oh, yeah, we lost. But still, you know, Lodge is going to be, you know, an absolute seamer. The ball's going to go this way and that way, and it will be much better for it. And Australia's going to have to go to another level to beat us. You're down 1-0 in the series. If they go down 2-0, there will then become the traditional Fleet Street scrutiny, and that's when Baz and Stokes and they all will come under pressure, and their style of game will be questioned.
What about the bombshell in the NRL in the last 24 hours? I couldn't believe this. Can you explain, for our viewers, get your head around this one? So we're talking about a captain and the best player of one of the oldest and most famous clubs in the NRL, in St George Illawarra. I'm talking about Ben Hunt, that will walk out tomorrow on his contract because there's a new coach in place. He wants to return to Queensland. He's going to join the Broncos for the last few months of the season, see if he can help them win the premiership, and then join the Gold Coast Titans next year, all because he misses his family and the weather's a bit better.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the weather was a strong consideration, but look, Ben Hunt has been unhappy with the Dragons for a long time. It's a rabble of a club. They missed out on kick coaching sightings like Jason Rolls, who they went after and didn't get. He's contracted till the end of 25. We are speculating here a bit, but the noise is so strong that tomorrow he meets the incoming coach, Shane Fleming, and will ask for a release. Now, the Broncos, who he played with in the 2015 Grand Final, let's not forget, so a strong affinity with Brisbane. They only have salary cap space for the last 4 months of the comp. They cannot afford him beyond that. He's an $850,000 player. So, yeah, the theory is he will ask for a release and get one because that will free up $1.7 million in cap for the Dragons, while also not holding this guy to ransom who clearly wants to go, and then join the Titans from next year onwards. So Ben Hunt could go to the Broncos, replace the coach's son. The older son Billy is playing hooker. That's where Ben Hunt would play, try to win a competition, and then go to the Gold Coast. It's extraordinary.
It's the AFL comp here. So Pat Dangerfield thinks he's got a chance to win in Adelaide, so he's going back to his old team, but then next year he's going to go play for Port Adelaide, their crosstown rival.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? Second NRL coach of the season, am I right saying that, has been sacked?
Yes.
Justin Holbrook at the Gold Coast Titans, and they were sitting, 8th, 9th position,
Very
6
nice.
wins, 7 losses, all because Des Hasler is waiting in the wings. I love the headline of your newspaper for this one. You know, they've got everything, all and then his Disneyland, and what's that little at the top there? Des's hair.
Blue Valley's excellent cartoon. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Look, I was interested to read Buzzfield's piece today that there was actually a clause in Holbrook's contract that said he would be sacked if the Titans weren't in the top 8 after the first couple of months.
Right.
They weren't at that stage. They're sitting 9th now, but it's been like another few weeks, and what they're sort of alluding to is that they've already had their buys and they don't see them getting to the finals. So the board made the decision to cut him off now. Now, Holbrook's been incensed by this because he says he didn't see it coming, despite the clause in the contract.
Yeah. And obviously the other person is Brad Fiddler, who they might be looking to replace after the Origin series lost on Wednesday night. I do want to move on, though, because I want to, Lisa, ask you about the women's Origin. We're looking at, obviously, the vision of Brad Fiddler after the loss on Wednesday night. And there's still one more series to go. One more game to go. 36-2 it was at Lang Park, so Queensland wins the Origin. Peter V'landys has done a lot right for women's Origin. He's given them a pay rise. He gave them an extra game this year. So we got 2 games. But the horror scenario happened because Queensland won the first game. In game number 2, in front of an incredible crowd in Townsville. You can see the final moments here. I couldn't believe what I was watching. It made me feel so awkward. New South Wales wins the game. Queensland wins the series. No one really doesn't know whether to celebrate or not. So the Blues have won, but they can't celebrate. Queensland don't want to go bananas because they lost the game. Give them 3, please, Peter V'landys. This was horrible to watch. I didn't like it.
It's one of the, I guess, own goals of NRL this season because they've been doing a magnificent job, I have to say. I'm actually watching them in preference to AFL at the moment. But this has to be fixed immediately. It's ridiculous. The women deserve more. They have shown clearly that people are interested, wanting to watch it. And be fair income, please, Mr V'landys. Thank you.
Well, the men don't need game 3. They've already decided their series. And
I was just
women
about
can
to
just take their
say.
game.
I was just about to say how empty it's going to be if, say, New South Wales do beat Queensland in that third and decider. So I think the pressure is on Queensland to win that decider and win it well.
Yeah, awesome crowd as well. Absolutely loved it. Finals time it is in Super Netball. And what a start to the Super Netball finals it's been. The New South Wales Swifts, they hosted the Adelaide Thunderbirds last night. And just have a look at this for the final last couple of moments of this game. So it was 19 seconds to go. And it is the New South Wales Swifts who have leading by 1 goal. The Adelaide Thunderbirds have got possession on the edge of the circle. So if they get the 1 goal, it's a draw and it goes into extra time. If they get the 2 goals and the super shot, the 2 points rather, they win the game. Here's what happened. Best finish ever. The Adelaide Thunderbirds ended up winning in extra time. So they move into their first ever grand final in the Super Netball series. And of course, it's West Coast Fever playing Melbourne Victory. The Melbourne Vixens in Perth later today. The winner will play the New South Wales Swifts. The loser is out for the season. But what a finish.
Amazing finish, especially Lucy Austin, because I did watch her as the Diamonds coach back in the day under the tutelage of Jenny Borlays at the South Australian Institute of Sport, and I watched her taking many of these shots, but I loved her.
So she backed herself in for the win.
Look, she did, and Catherine Cox said it quite clearly. She only needed the 1. So her thinking at the time, but obviously she got that chance again because of the Taylor Williams intercept and Maddie Turner not getting the ball through and down court. A typical cross-court pass as a coach, I would have been having a conniption at the time. However, what a fabulous finish. And a finish with a 1-pointer, Kelly, not a super shot. The super shot was missed.
It was the New South Wales Swifts that were leading. And Lucy Austin came in, the shooter, off the bench for the Adelaide Thunderbirds. And boy, did she nail some of those super shots. And you were sitting there and you don't enjoy it.
I don't enjoy it. I actually turn away when the super shots time is on. But I remember Trent Copeland said to me via text, he said, well, it was really exciting, Lisa. They just went super shot in the extra time, which they're allowed to do. What I think it does, though, it changes the game, brings more lack of skill, to be fair. But look, at the end of the day, it was very exciting.
So ordinarily, if you're 5 goals up at 3/4 time, as the Swifts were, you expect them to close out from there.
Absolutely not. I can tell you, I coached the Melbourne Phoenix to a loss in a grand final. We were 6 up with 2 minutes to go and we lost the game.
So that's not necessarily super shot related, all that turnover.
No, I don't think it is. But look, it gives someone some excitement, and I keep on saying it's not basketball.
The World Cup squad was announced this week. The 12 players that were picked, of course, Australia won the silver medal in Liverpool 4 years ago, 32 days ago.
Thank you for that.
That's all right. To Cape Town, it kicks off on the 28th of July. The big talking point was Janelle Wallen. Missed out. She was heroic against England at the end of last year. Of course, this famous moment in a test series against the Poms. You said in your column earlier this week that she brings the X factor. What did you make of her omission?
Look, it's not surprising. I think Stacey Marinkovic explained to the netball fans and public that, you know, Sophie Garben has been working with that squad probably a little bit longer than Nadal, and she actually brings the others out. So it's about combinations. I understand that. But at the same time, I know that the opposition will have analysed Sophie Garbin within an inch of her life. So whether she can get away with what she did last time. Also, her current form at the moment wasn't terrific. She's not shooting as much as I would have liked. And Danelle is actually presenting and shooting well. So, look, it's a tough decision, but it's a tournament. Danelle is going over as one of the reserves, and those reserves can actually be called into the team. That's the first time ever in the history of Netball World Cups.
Yeah, so there is Sophie Garbin, of course, playing for the Magpies. Their season is over. So congratulations to the Thunderbirds straight through to the grand final. Of course, they don't get to host it. It's going to be played in Melbourne in a couple of weeks' time. Final tip or observation, Corbin?
Just Alex Eminor, who's playing a grass court level event in Queens, which is a traditional opener, of course, in London. He's through to the finals. So had a huge win over Holger Rune last night, 3 and 6. He played Carlos Alcaraz, the world number 2, of course, the young Spanish star in the final. So good luck to Alex tonight.
Lisa.
Of course, the Asian Cup basketball, wonderful opals. I love watching them. Tess Madgen, of course, one of our wonderful offsiders, panellists now. Yep. They're going for top 4 qualification, and I hear the grand final is already a sellout.
Yes,
so let's make sure they get there.
Yeah, good luck to Tess back from a knee injury. Jamie.
Well, the Super Rugby final was played last night, and as usual, the Crusaders prevailed.
Coach?
It was the Dundee coach, and an enormous result given that Chiefs had beaten the Crusaders twice already this year. They were hosting it, but this man, the next All Blacks coach, and there he is with his star player, Richie Mo'unga, who was also playing his final game for the Crusaders, celebrating as he usually does. The guy has coached the Crusaders for 7 years and won 7 premierships. Just an incredible strike rate, along with Mo'unga, who bows out. Of course, Mo'unga will play for the All Blacks at the World Cup this year, and then Robertson will take over after that.
And is he Jones named Wallaby squad today?
He is indeed, in a matter of minutes, with a captain and a 33 or 34-man squad for the Rugby Championship, so look out for that.
Yep.
Well, Eddie, I haven't been able to get on to him all week, so that's why he's been a little
busy man. If the All Blacks win the World Cup in Paris in September, October, he's going to dance?
I mean, Robertson won't be coached then, but the challenge there for Reed Foster.
Sorry, Lee Foster can dance.
He can do a guitar really well.
All right, no worries. Thank you very much, everyone. Finally, I want to acknowledge some crew members who have been with Offsiders since the start of the program, but leaving us this week. Danny and Goran, you're the heart and soul of this show, and you've made it feel like a family each and every Sunday morning. Goran, we promise we'll try and squeeze some more sport for you in every now and then, just for you. You annoy me every Sunday morning about that. And Danny, we're going to miss that twinkle in your eye, your bubbliness, that great sense of humour and the loudness. Thanks, guys, for caring about the show as much as I do. From everyone here, we're going to miss you.
Definitely.
That's the program for today. You may have heard that 7'4" Frenchman Victor Wembanyama was the #1 pick in the NBA draft this week. San Antonio Spurs fans are delighted to have the best prospect since LeBron James on their team. 10,000 fans packed into the Spurs home court to watch the draft on a big screen, and they certainly gave Big Wemby a warm Texas welcome.
It is on fire in San Antonio, Malika. They are so ready to welcome yet another generational talent to their town, to Texas, and hopefully win yet another championship here in San Antonio.
Today, Russia's mercenary revolt comes to a sudden end. Wagner leader Yevgeny Prigozhin accepts exile in Belarus and his drive toward Moscow. Also ahead, Canadian investigators interview the crew of the support ship of the doomed Titan submersible. Thousands march across the Sydney Harbour Bridge celebrating 25 days to the Women's World Cup.
It's bouncing it through. Another one as they're a kick short of a double ton.
And this one's flying high after one of the biggest Welcome to ABC News. I'm Miriam Corriwell. A short-lived mutiny against the Russian government has come to a negotiated end. Wagner mercenaries, which had been threatening to march on Moscow, are back down after a deal brokered by Belarus. Just 24 hours ago, the head of the Wagner Group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, had declared a rebellion against the Russian Ministry of Defense, accusing Russian forces of firing on his troops. Now he's left the Russian city of Rotobot, cheered on by crowds. The city had come under the private army's control. Its troops left Ukraine, but Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko intervened, brokering a deal to call off the rebellion.
They wanted to disband the Wagner military company. We embarked on a march of justice. In 24 hours, we got to within 200 kilometers of Moscow. In this time, we did not spill a single drop of our fighters' blood. Now the moment has come when blood could be spilled. Understanding responsibility for the chance that Russian blood will be spilled on one side, we are turning our columns around and going back to field camps as planned.
Under the agreement, the Kremlin has dropped all charges against Prigozhin, who will leave Russia and head to Belarus. Ukraine's president says the incident shows Russia is in chaos.
Today is a day when there should definitely be no silence. Today, the world saw that the bosses of Russia do not control anything. Nothing at all. Complete chaos. Complete absence of any predictability. And it is happening on Russian territory, which is fully loaded with weapons.
Meanwhile, Foreign Minister Penny Wong has made a statement saying Australia is closely monitoring developments in Russia, adding the federal government will continue to condemn Russia's immoral and illegal invasion of Ukraine. Global Affairs editor John Lyons has more on the situation in Russia and the implications for Vladimir Putin and the war in Ukraine.
I think it's a high-stakes chess game. This is not the end of the story by any means. Yevgeny Prigozhin is a very smart operator. Sometimes people underestimate him. You don't go from being in jail. I mean, who is Yevgeny Prigozhin? He was in jail when he was 20. As an 18-year-old, he got into crime. He had a tough childhood. 20, he's sentenced to jail for 12, 13 years for robbery and fraud. He then leaves jail, becomes a hot dog salesman, then does well at that, opens a restaurant, does well at that, he knew Vladimir Putin from St. Petersburg, starts getting contracts to cater for the army and for the elite, ends up a billionaire oligarch who basically faced down yesterday the man he used to serve nice meals to. So I think that where this goes next is Yevgeny Prigozhin. They got to the edge of the conflict. They did a deal. Putin didn't want to have the fight. We can see on the picture on the screen now the scenes like a rock star. You know, the warmth, the hugging. He was like a hero. No one tried to arrest him. Security forces didn't detain him. This is a man who has just said that Vladimir Putin has conducted an entire war based on a lie. This is a man who has said that the chief general who drove it did it because he wanted another star on his lapel, so when he laid in his coffin on a nice pillow, he'd have a nicer uniform. So he's gone all out attacking them. He now goes to Belarus. That's the deal. And they came back from the brink of civil war. But I think he will sit in Belarus and plot. The generals, the oligarchs will all now realise that Putin is a weakened figure.
So does bringing Belarus into the picture take some of the pressure, though, off Vladimir Putin? Is that the way that they've had to de-escalate this?
It solves the immediate pressure. We've seen pictures in the last few hours of the Russians, the forces, security people were digging up roads. They had bulldozers digging up the highways that led to Moscow to try to stop the Wagner people getting to Moscow. They got to within 200 kilometres. They were 2 hours drive away. So it shows you not a single soldier tried to stop Yevgeny Prigozhin and the Wagner people. I think for Vladimir Putin, that would be what he'd be reeling about now. He'd be stunned by the fact no one tried to stop him. They were getting a hero's welcome. So the problem doesn't go away for Vladimir Putin. He is in a lot of trouble.
It buys him a little bit of time, but my next question is, now that we have Prigozhin going to Belarus, Wagner troops now retreating back into Ukraine, what do we anticipate will be the chain of command there?
I think that he'll pull the troops out of Ukraine. I don't think I'll stay there. I think now it's in his interests, Prigozhin's interest, now that he's declared his hand, that the war fails. So I think that's the end of Wagner's fighting, and they've been crucial. They have held Bakhmut and done all sorts of things, and so it weakens the Russian army. And so Prigozhin's, dream plan in a way would be the war fails, Putin's in trouble. They're looking for a charismatic leader who's got the cred. He's got a lot of credibility, Prigozhin, and with the Russian army and with the Russian people. He's very popular. People like him. He's blunt talking. He's been in the trenches. Yesterday, his reason for doing this deal with Belarus is I didn't want any Russian blood spilt. It's a good line. I mean, it's a very smart political line. Wasn't Putin would have spilled Russian blood? That's the implication. He didn't want it, so he's done this deal. So he's gone right into the lion's cage. He looked the lion in the eye, and we can see him there. He's straight talking. The Russian government has tried to stop him appearing on Russian television over the last year. There's been a ban on some television stations even having him on. Putin's threatened by him, but has needed him. So it's an intriguing relationship between these two who've known each other 25 years. They know each other's measure, and I think Prigozhin's playing a blinder of a game. I think he knows exactly what he's doing.
And the Kremlin has also dropped that criminal investigation. So what does that tell you?
Well, it says that I think that it's a capitulation by the Kremlin, that they were surprised by, the audacity of Prigozhin to pull his troops out of Ukraine, to go to Rostov-on-Don, to take control of all of the military facilities in the headquarters, what was running the Ukraine war, then say, I'm coming to Moscow. They then get in their cars and convoys. They then, go off and take Voronezh. They take a second town of control of that. So the message from him is, we go where we want to. Nobody stops him. The Ukrainians haven't been able to kill him. The Russian army haven't been able to stop him. So it gives him this sort of status in a country that appreciates and values its military and its strong men. It gives Prigozhin a really big launching pad. I think at some point he's looking for that political career to be a president. When Putin falls, there'll be a scramble for who takes over. He's now in the sort of box seat.
So, as you say there, Vladimir Putin's authority is completely, undermined by these developments. What do you anticipate might be going on there in terms of the political power plays, the allegiances that are being drawn up there?
Well, yesterday we saw the speech of Putin. That was not sort of your classic confident Putin. So I think there'll be a lot of people who've been watching this catastrophic war for Ukraine. It's been a disaster for Russia in every sense. The thousands of young Russian lives that have been lost needlessly, the destruction of their neighbour, the international sanctions. The oligarchs have had all their yachts and apartments in France and other places frozen. So I think now there'll be plenty of people sitting there plotting. If they've got a chance to get Vladimir Putin, they will. I think someone will strike at some point. It's a matter of working up coalitions, the private armies. You've got this sort of chessboard of the Gazprom private army of 50,000, Wagner's got 25,000, someone else has got 20,000. How do you stitch together an alliance? Get the right people on the inner circle and then strike. I think that now it's a matter of Putin will be watching not just the cups of tea that he drinks because he's convinced someone's trying to poison him, but I think he'll be watching every person around him.
Now, taking that chess analogy a little further, we had Prigozhin targeting, in particular, the Defence Minister Shoigu and the military commander Gerasimov. Are we anticipating any changes in terms of Russia's military command?
I don't think Putin could do it at the moment because it would look like he was bowing to Prigozhin. But Putin has been often getting rid of a national security advisor, all the people running the campaign in Ukraine. He's dispatched a lot of them, sacked them. And so each time he sacks someone like that, he gets another powerful enemy there. So in a way now, he's got that little Praetorian Guard around him of people who will protect him, the ex-KGB people, people he trusts. But the waters are lapping up at the edge of him. And I think that at some point, he's got a meeting with destiny, he's going to meet his own fate. And he realised yesterday that could come close.
Now, Canadian investigators have begun an inquiry into the Titan submersible, which imploded last week during a deep dive to the wreckage of the Titanic. Police and safety inspectors boarded the support ship, the Apollo Prince, after it returned to port in Newfoundland. Canadian authorities have begun interviewing the crew to help determine what caused the tragedy. The chair of Canada's Transportation Safety Hub, Safety Board, Kathy Fox, says they'll take the time they need to do a thorough investigation.
We take the time we need to do a thorough investigation, and we're in the early stages, and we need to scope out the lines of inquiry. Typically, our investigations can take 18 months to 2 years. We obviously try and do them quicker because we know everybody wants answers, particularly the family, the public, etc. But we need to take the time. Our mandate is to investigate from a safety perspective, identify what happened, why, and what can be done to reduce the risk of it happening in the future.
Today marks 1 year since the US Supreme Court overturned the landmark Roe v. Wade decision, ending the constitutional right to abortion in the United States. Since then, 14 states have passed total bans on the practice. In many others, the fight over abortion access is still taking place. President Joe Biden says he will veto a national ban if Congress moves to implement one.
We've seen the devastating effects all across the country. Women turned away from emergency rooms, denied life-saving care. Moms, college students, teachers, nurses, traveling hundreds of miles to get basic reproductive health care. You know, since that dark June day last year, each of you has worked tirelessly to fight back. And the Dobbs decision in the court, particularly practically dared the win of America to be heard. To the majority road. Women are not without electoral or political power. You ain't seen nothing yet, court.
The Federal Housing Minister has rejected suggestions a cap on rental increases in place in the ACT could be applied nationally, saying the policy is ineffective in the long term. The ACT only allows landlords to increase rents once a year. It's the only jurisdiction in the country with a cap in place. The policy was introduced in 2019 and also includes a cap on the amount rent can be increased versus inflation. Speaking on Insiders, Housing Minister Julie Collins said the policy would be counterproductive in the long term.
Overall, the evidence and data shows that it doesn't work long-term, David. What it shows long-term, in terms of what the experts are telling us, is that it reduces supply. When you look at the evidence that is being cited by others, the evidence shows that it reduces supply significantly by up to 15%. The other thing that it shows is the quality of the stock diminishes over time. So I would look at the data and the evidence, and the data and the evidence says that it doesn't work.
Funerals of the victims of the New South Wales Hunter Valley bus crash will begin from tomorrow. 28-year-old Angus Craig will be farewelled by family and friends at a memorial service near Nowra on the state's south coast. 10 people were killed in the crash, while several others were injured when the bus rolled at Greta earlier this month. Emergency services in South Australia are warning a dam at Hope Forest south of Adelaide is at high risk of failure. Overflowing water could impact nearby properties, but affected residents have left the area. More severe weather is expected to lash the region throughout the day. Thousands of people have flocked to Sydney Harbour to walk, jog or dance across the bridge to mark the countdown to the FIFA Women's World Cup. With 25 days to go until the official kick-off, the public event aims to embrace unity, inclusivity and, of course, love for the game. The first World Cup game will be between Australia and the Republic of Ireland on the 20th of July. A growing number of Australians are refusing to go to school. Attendance rates are dropping in public, private and independent schools, prompting a set inquiry into refusal rates in 2022. The cause, however, is complicated, but one school in Melbourne is at capacity, and it exists just for people who can't find their way in traditional education systems.
Serving up food for classmates, Sam doesn't look like he suffers from intense school phobia, but he does.
Has kind of a lot of anxiety and all that.
Or at least he did.
Now I'm like,
school reluctance or school phobia is growing from nationally. Attendance levels have dropped from 91% to 84%, with many saying the pandemic exacerbated consolidate existing problems.
Particularly in Victoria and New South Wales, where there were extended lockdowns and remote learning.
My attendance was pretty bad. I think I was in the low 30s.
Kaylee has ADHD, fell behind and was overwhelmed.
It just kind of felt a little bit lonely. I feel like I didn't really understand what it felt like to kind of be drowning in work like that.
I'm going to put some images up on screen.
Like Sam, she's reinvigorated by the Hester Hornbrook Academy.
Yeah, so centimetres, cool.
It's dedicated to helping those who can't achieve traditional skills by creating understanding and community.
We have students in our class who haven't, prior to coming here, haven't left their bedrooms for months at a time, have been at school for 2 days in the past year. So we've got the extreme behavioural issues.
There are fresh hot meals cooked on site and an open pantry. Lawyers for students, free haircuts, school psychologists. Classes start later. Each has a teacher, youth worker and education intervention specialist for bespoke care. This is another example of making school accessible no matter who you are. This classroom full of boys is for new parents here. A mum and dad with a child 18 months or under can bring their child into class with them. The parent can continue their education and the child support they need as well.
Anything right from food, clothing, shelter to education is provided.
And while not every school can do this, experts say creating reliable support structures are essential.
To make students feel like school is a safe place, that behaviour is well managed, that classrooms aren't too disruptive.
76% of Hester Hornbrook's students go on to get a job, apprenticeship or further education, like Gara.
It's just a safe space to be there. Everyone here, I think, is just really trying to get an education and learn.
And success inspires success. Both Sam and Hayley are planning on careers in hospitality or animal care. From like ABC News to Melbourne.
Artworks have been given a unique insight into what happens when you combine the creativity of an Australian industrial designer and a French straw marquetry artisan. This dynamic collaboration centres on a rare 17th century craft that has been reimagined to create stunning and vibrant designs.
When the straw arrives, it's sort of like this long tube that I take and split with my nail and flat it into a ribbon. And then I will stick each ribbon of straw edge to edge one by one.
Straw marquetry is practice has never been done before in Australia, so we have this absolute freedom where potentially if Arthur was still in France, there's these expectations and his history and his pedigree that you have to respect. So it's kind of this nice cultural mesh. We're doing something very different. We can be absolutely free.
I first trained as a cabinet maker in fine woodworking. I really want to do something a little bit different, and I was seeing all the waste in wood, and I thought, the straw is really nice because it's sort of like this ecological material.
So Arthur came around with the straw and some of his samples, which were just beautiful. We create unique objects that are covered in straw marquetry.
From what we know, straw marquetry arose around the 17th century. It was done more by convicts and religious people. When people couldn't afford to use wood marquetry, they were using straw instead. Now it sort of becomes the opposite because of the time you spend on it.
The hand-making component to it.
Yeah.
And companies, very luxury brands like Hermes or Louis Vuitton, Cartier, have really embraced it recently. Straw actually is cellular makeup as the last component, and that's where it gets its reflective qualities and iridescence. The straw is obviously like the colour, but there's no finish that goes on the straw. It is natural straw that throws this incredible white and iridescence. Yeah, it almost looks like there's a battery behind it or something.
Because the whole process is handmade, it can take many hours and spend months.
I think our largest piece might have 16,000 individual ribbons, so that's months upon months of laying the straw.
I guess it's meditative almost. It sort of reminds you that it's sometimes good to take your time.
We're in no rush with these pieces. We just want to create hopefully special pieces. If they take a long time, they take a long time.
You can get full story to hold up more at 5 p.m works on ABC TV. Now to a story about a young man from Queensland bringing music and joy to aged care residents in Brisbane. He volunteers once a week playing old classics for an hour of fun and karaoke, and the residents love him.
Nick Margan is a regular showstopper at this aged care home in Brisbane. Shares tunes and moves with its residents as he leads the sector's weekly sing-alongs. The competition between the two generations began after the 27-year-old, who lives with Down syndrome, asked to volunteer.
Through the interview, he talked about his music, so I thought, well, that's the best place for him to be.
Music is a part of my life, because singing is what I am, and singing makes me happy.
2 years on, the melodies are still sweet. It's not only Nick who gets enjoyment out of it, the residents here are always asking for an encore.
I thought it was marvellous, and he danced so well.
The bond goes beyond the music.
Oh, you mean so much to me. Oh, yes, I know, darling. I know.
It just really got to me, because I felt like he was a son to me.
We're lucky to have him.
And Nick feels the same. Sarah Richards, ABC News, Brisbane.
Now it's time for all the day's sport news with Joan Coote.
Tough to separate Australia and England heading into day 4 of the women's test match in Nottingham. Australia has a 92-run lead after dismissing England for 463 in their first innings. Tammy Beaumont was the star for the home side, posting the highest ever score by an English woman, reaching 208, which left England just 10 runs behind the Australians. Beth Mooney and Phoebe Litchfield then put on an unbeaten 82-run stand to end day 3. Irishwoman Leona Maguire has a one-shot lead heading into the final round of the Women's PGA Golf Championship. Maguire shot a 2-under par 69 in the third round to set it 7-under for the tournament. The world number 12 fired 5 birdies and 2 bogeys in her round. South Korean Jenny Shins hits a shot for the back, shooting a field best 5-under for the day in a bogey-free round. Grace Kim and Gabriella Ruffles are the best-placed Australians in a tie for 12th, 6 shots off the lead. Essendon's 4-match AFL winning run has come to an end. The Bombers fell to a 32-point defeat against Fremantle in Perth. The Dockers kicked 14 goals, 993 to 9 goals, 761 in front of over 43,000 fans in Perth. Earlier, the Eagles went down by 171 points to Sydney at the SCG, the 4th biggest defeat in AFL or VFL history. The Swans won 31 goals, 19, 205. 5 goals for 34. It was the greatest number of points West Coast have conceded since they entered the competition in 1987. Adelaide Thunderbirds have booked their spot in the Super Netball Grand Final with a thrilling 64-62 extra time victory at the Swift in Sydney. Thunderbirds trailed at every change until a 19-14 final quarter locked the game at 58-all and forced extra time. The Thunderbirds then went on to win the extra period 6-4 to cap off a dramatic victory. Later on today, the West Coast Fever take on Melbourne Vixens in the minor semi-final.
I can't believe it. I think it's not sinking yet. These girls are just incredible. I think tonight we showed what we can do. Coming from last week and having the win, we knew they were going to come out hard, and they did exactly that. And I'm just so proud of how we all stepped up when it needed to be. And I can't believe we're in the grand final.
In the NRL, Storm overcame a slow start to beat Manly 24 points to 6 in Melbourne. The Seagulls took the lead early on in the match. The Storm scored 6 unanswered tries, still an 18-point victory that keeps them third on the competition. Earlier, the Panthers beat the Knights 20 points to 12. That's despite resting all 5 of their State of Origin players, while the first half Blitz handed the Eels a 48-20 win against the Dolphins on the Sunshine Coast. Australian Alex de Minaur is through to his second ATP final of the season. The world number 18 beat the world number 6 Ogoruna in straight sets of the Queen's Club tournament. The 24-year-old made just 9 unforced errors in the 6-3, 7-6 victory over the second seed. De Minaur will be chasing an 8th two-level title, and he takes on world number 2 Carlos Alcaraz in the final. The Spaniard qualified for his first ATP final on grass by beating Sebastian Corda 6-3, 6-4. The Crusaders have won a 7th straight Super Rugby title, beating the Chiefs 25 points to 20 in the final. Cody Taylor scored the winning try with 7 minutes remaining, handing the Chiefs just their second loss of the season. The Crusaders, who will now lose coach Scott Robinson to the All Blacks job, have won 14 Super Rugby titles in the past 28 years since rugby turned professional.
Looking around the country, in Queensland, mostly cloudy in the north, mostly sunny in the southeast, and sunny and cool in the southwest. To New South Wales and the ACT, mostly sunny in the east and southwest. Snowy Alps, sunny in the northwest. For Victoria, windy with showers in the southwest, mostly sunny in the southeast, cloud increasing in northwest, late shower in the northeast and snow on the Alps. To Tasmania, showers in the southeast, snow on the highlands, widespread storms elsewhere. A rainy day for South Australia with storms in the southeast and over central parts, mostly sunny in the west and north. For Western Australia, showers easing in the south, mostly sunny and warm in the north. And in the Northern Territory, fall clearing to a sunny day over Arnhem, mostly sunny in the northwest top end, mostly sunny and cool over the interior and the south. Now tomorrow's forecast for the capital cities. Windy for Brisbane and Sydney, showers in Canberra, Melbourne, rain for Hobart and Adelaide, mostly sunny in Perth and Darwin. That is the latest from ABC News. I'm Miriam Korowa. Thank you for your company.
The extraordinary true story of how the Calabrian Mafia came to Queensland's cane fields.
It's hard to imagine this place is the heart of their criminal activities.
The Black Hand starts Tuesday, 8:30.
George didn't want your stereotypical princess.
From iconic images
You had no idea what was coming.
to private snaps,
I've never seen anybody so fearless.
a life in 10 pictures, Thursday at 8 on ABC and ABC iView.
Comedian Joel Creasy is swapping punchlines for puppies.
What would you like? You want a fringe? You want the Jeff Aniston? You want the carrot?
He's on a rescue mission to help pound in pound find their forever homes.
She saved me. We saved each other.
In a new series, he'll fetch a lot of love.
Oh, he loves you.
And some barking mad moments.
Sit.
New Leash on Life starts Tuesday, July 4 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
You'll find mostly a friendly bunch.
We have a visitor in town.
She's frightening someone.
The town is full of psychopaths. Bay of Fires starts Sunday, July 16. She drinks, smokes, swears and parties hard.
Would you think it best to put a bit of distance between you and the palace?
What are you talking about? She's the new Queen of Oz.
Queen of Australia. Unbelievable. You vomit on one little girl.
And she's not happy.
The correct way to address me is ma'am, not hey. So rude.
Catherine Tate rules this new comedy.
Stop faffing about. Sorry, I'm just trying to push in your back fat.
Queen of Oz. Stream it now on ABC iView. Economic growth family had never lost a live performance. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders are advised that this program contains images and voices of people who have died.
My name is Ian Ham, and I'm standing on the land of my ancestors, Yorta Yorta country, next to Dungala, or as you might call it, the mighty Murray River. My relationship with country is embodied in my physical being. The water that flows through the landscape is the blood in my veins. The trees, the trunks are the bones of my body. The earth is the muscle and fibre of my very being. my people, those who came before me, those who carried our traditions, those who are Yorta Yorta now and the Yorta Yorta in the generations to come. Being welcome to country is an invitation for everybody on our country to, while they're here, feel like they belong. While you're here today, you have a place on Yorta Yorta country.
Ian Ham, welcome to 1+1.
Thanks for having me.
Now, you live in Melbourne, but we're here at Yarrawonga today because this is where it all began for you. This is where you grew up.
Yes, it is. I grew up right here on the shores of Lake Mulwala, or rather a bit away from the lake. We were at the other end of town. But yes, this is where I'm from.
You were one of 3 Aboriginal people in Yarrawonga at the time, and you were all living in the same house.
Yes, yes. So I was an adopted child, as were my 2 adopted sisters who were also Aboriginal. We were stolen children, part of the stolen generations, and this is the 1960s when we were adopted. We were adopted by the people I call Mum and Dad, 2 non-Aboriginal people who decided when they couldn't have any more children. I've got an older brother who's their birth son, but he's 10 years older than me, and when they couldn't have any more children, they decided they wanted to adopt, but they were very clear they wanted to adopt Aboriginal children because they'd been involved with and knew Aboriginal people when they were children themselves in the 1920s and 1930s.
I can imagine that you spent so much time having a great time out here.
Oh yeah, whether it's on the water or by the banks of the water, on down the river or here on the lake, it was just really good fun growing up here.
What did family look like and mean to you with your sisters?
I guess family for us was a place of, we felt like we were secure, but always having that thing in our minds of where were we from? What did adoption mean? I remember thinking that it was common practice if your family was expanding. I thought everyone did this. You get in a car, you drive somewhere, you pick up a baby and you come home. Because I remember going, as a family, going to Mildura to pick up a baby who was my youngest sister. And I still remember the shock I got when a mate of mine, Sparrow Harris, gave me the real news on how babies happen. I was 8 years old and his mother was expecting, and he gave me the real news, and that was kind of a bit of a shock to me. To find out we were the exception rather than the rule opened that question of, so where am I from? And following the story from Mum and Dad, where did I come from?
So your name is Ian Ham, but on your birth certificate it was Andrew James. Tell me about how that came to be.
I'd always known that my name used to be Andrew James. I can't remember being told I was adopted. I just always knew that Mum and Dad had never, well, if you'd seen my Mum and Dad, short, white, round, me, not. When Mum and Dad were picking me up, they didn't expect to be told my surname because we weren't supposed to tell anybody anything about adoptees in those days. But when the woman who literally handed me over told Mum and Dad his name's Andrew James and he's got some Indian in him, I always said in my mind, what does that mean? We all thought Andrew James related to Christian names. I only found out later when I started to find out who I was and where I was from, what that actually meant. And when I found out that the name James wasn't a second Christian name, it was in fact a surname. Yeah. For the person I told that to, he just put 2 and 2 together in about 5 seconds.
What was going on there? How did that all come about?
Okay, so I finished high school in Yarrawonga. I did finish year 12, but I didn't know what I wanted to do. I in fact tried for 2 apprenticeships around Yarrawonga. I wanted to track mechanics and went over to the explosives factory here, and I missed out on both of them. At the time, I was kind of a bit devastated, but also thinking, what am I going to do now? You know, so I failed year 12. And I'll be honest about it twice.
Failed twice?
Failed twice. I say I did it the second time because I liked it so much. The first time I thought I'd do it again. I think we all know that's not the real reason. But it was kind of like, what do I do? You know, because I love learning and I love politics and economics and all of that stuff. What I'm going to do around here, I've tried to apprenticeships, missed out on them. And then Mum and Dad got contacted by the Aboriginal Education people to come once a year and visit Mantrino and here in Yarra. Next thing I know, I'm off to Bendigo to do teaching. It's kind of like a drop-by, drop-off by Mum and Dad. It's like, slow down the car, open the door, push me out. 3 years, it's kind of that, you know, which was a good thing. So I go to Bendigo, and it was an Aboriginal teacher education program. And this is the first time I've met with other Aboriginal people, other blackfellas, en masse. And the third day was like really hot, and a few of us said, oh, let's go to the pool. So we go to the Bendigo swimming pool. And a man named Gary, who was up from Melbourne, he was with Aboriginal Education at that stage. And I'll never forget it. We were both sitting on the side of the pool, and he said to me, so you're from Yarrawonga? And I said, yeah. He said, oh. So he said, do you know anything about yourself? Because I've not heard of the name Ham. I said, oh, no, I'm adopted, you know. He said, oh, yeah. So do you know anything? I said, oh, all I know is, I said, probably me, think that my name was Andrew James, and I've got, you know, I'm Aboriginal, but I've got some Indian blood. He looks at me and goes, oh, right, I think I know who you are. I'll get back to you. And then just dives in the pool. I'll go, hello, what? And so, yeah, obviously later we started talking. He said, you know, look, I'll put out some feelers, have a chat, get back to you and stuff. And so 6 months later, I get a call from Elaine from the Victorian Aboriginal Childcare Agency, BACA. She said, I've got some information about who you are and where you're from.
How'd that feel?
Imagine yourself in a universe that's pitch black, and as the story rolls out, different stars or different things start to light up. That's what that felt like. That was where she told me I was from Shepparton. That was difficult to make a lot of sense of because, you know, growing up, we used to go to Shep, go shopping in the big town, as they say. And I kept thinking, have I seen people in my family before? Have I seen my brothers and sisters? Did I pass them in the street and not know? We were Yorta Yorta, and what does that mean? Oh, well, Yarrawonga's in Yorta Yorta country. At that stage, country, I wasn't sure what that meant. But then I started to kind of learn about it and from other Aboriginal people, and I suddenly realised I grew up on the lands of my ancestors. My feet were on the same dirt and sand and water of the Murray River that theirs were, for not just 1 or 2 generations, but for thousands. It's funny, even now, people say, where are you from? And I say, I'm from Yarrawonga, on the border. Oh, but I live in Melbourne. Oh, how long you been there? 40 years, you know? And I think that partly is explained by me growing up on my own country, even if I didn't know it was my country. Finding out later explains so much about me and why I still reference I'm from Yarrawonga, you know?
It must have been bittersweet knowing how so close yet so far. And I wonder if at that time you were thinking about that point, about the very soil you were on, about why it had felt so much like home and having that place, but not understanding the why.
Well, that's the really interesting thing, Dan, because it's funny, growing up in a place like Yarrawonga, which is my home, but I'm not sure I ever felt a part of it. But the place where Yarrawonga is, I absolutely felt connected to everything around it. The water, the trees, particularly the trees for some reason. The soil, particularly down the river bends. We used to go down there every weekend. I loved it as a kid, just mucking around all day when we were little and feeling a direct association with that when I was a kid, but I didn't know why. To find out why after I left kind of explained for me a few things, but also made me enormously a cross between sad and resentful. Sad because I wish I'd known. Resentful because how much more could that have meant to me and helped shape me if I'd have known all this, you know? Yeah. When I grew up, there used to be a huge forest of dead trees through there, and in the right light, it'd turn almost a red would reflect off it, but the trees would turn a bright silvery colour, and it was like they came to life. They were still speaking, still telling the story of the thousands of generations that had been here and the hundreds of years that a lot of these trees had lived before they drowned. And I always felt great comfort from the trees, and I didn't know why, but I found out later why, because this is Yorta Yorta country and this is my country.
As you were finding out, Ian, about your family's history and the contemporary story of your family, I understand that you discovered you were one of 5. Were all of your siblings taken like you were?
No, I was the only one. I was the only one.
Why?
I was the youngest. I was born in Melbourne and the others were born in Shepparton. Look, nobody really knows why. There's only one person who could answer that, is my mother. When Elaine came and spoke to me, she said to me, your mother died in 1966 and she never told anybody who your father was. And so that whole universe thing still has a black hole at the middle of it for me. And I remember one of my aunties who has since passed away, Auntie Claire, she said to me, you're so like your mother. And I said, what do you mean? Do I look like her? And she said, you look a bit like her, but your character, you're a lot like your mother.
Yeah, for your auntie to be having said that, it must, well, it sounds like it's something that you still grapple with now about who was mum.
Exactly, it is. I count myself as lucky, and I had a mum and dad, an adopted mum and dad.
Yeah.
A lot of kids, when they were adopted, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, were told, don't go and find your adopted background. That's all bad. Leave it behind. My parents were not like that. They knew the day would come where we'd want to, and so while I won't say they overtly encouraged us, they didn't do anything to discourage us.
I wonder if you had a sense of what it felt like to be Aboriginal and that disconnect or that tension of not knowing where your place is and where you fit in.
Until you find where you're from, you've just got this thing, I just popped out of nowhere. There's no backstory, there's no journey to how you got here. There's no inherited anything. You're just there. And so to find where you're from and where you're connected, particularly when you're Aboriginal, that redefines actually who you are. You go from being almost just floating to suddenly to being anchored. And from that anchoring gives you very, very solid confidence about who you are, where previously you didn't have one.
And I wonder if there's a synergy there between what we hear discussed a lot about intergenerational trauma, the way that pain can be carried on, with where that intersects with the disconnection and the not having that anchoring or the grounding that you were just talking about.
Oh, that intergenerational trauma, that's real, that's actual. Nobody intentionally passes it on, but it happens. There's been work done that says it ripples through for 7 generations. I don't think people appreciate that. That's 140 years that the removal or the complete dislocation of people through the stealing of children, the taking of children, has a 140-year impact. That's into the 22nd century from where we are today, you know? It's indescribable for people to get their head around. For myself, I've always consciously worked every day to not pass on the bad things of me onto my children, Jasper and Isabel, because if I never do anything else in my life worthwhile, the one thing I will not do is pass on the bad things of me onto my children.
So what is right and what is wrong? To the stolen generations, I say the following.
when the apology to the stolen generations was being made, one of the counter conversations was, why should anyone apologise for things that happened in the past, which of course ignored the fact that it was still happening, and if you consider out of home care, it's still happening. So there's a whole range of areas to unpack there. But what do you say to people when they say, actually, you know, it's not about, or that you shouldn't be apologising or making reparations for the past?
Yeah, it's kind of a bit of national maturity that we need to get our heads around, because there's lots of things in Australia's past that we don't like to talk about, but there's lots of things in Australia's past that we do like to talk about that none of us were alive to see. The obvious one is Anzac Day. Every Anzac Day, people come together to commemorate and acknowledge particularly the World War I veterans, the landing of Gallipoli, but veterans afterwards. Last time I checked, nobody in Australia was on the beaches of Gallipoli in 1915. Yet we all claim that. Yet we all feel we have a part of it. It's part of who makes us who we are as Australians. Equally, the taking of children was something in our national narrative that collectively has made who we are as a people, who we are as a nation. If you're a mature nation, if you're coming to grips with your history and working out where you're going, you don't get to pick and choose the bits you like. That's what toddlers do. So those who say, why should we apologise? It's not you individually apologising. It's a country saying, we did this to our own people.
What did the apology mean to you?
It meant two things, the same thing, but in two different applications. One, it meant that my country acknowledged my own existence, my existence. I didn't have to explain myself to everyone. I didn't have to justify to people who I was, what it meant to be stolen, how all this, you know, the whole thing. Because the Prime Minister said sorry. On behalf of the country, it was just this enormous relief was probably the biggest sense. I remember I cried when he said to the mothers, the fathers, the brothers and the sisters, we say sorry.
We offer this apology to the mothers, the fathers, the brothers, the sisters, the families and the communities.
And the bit when he said, and this is the bit of me that's, you know, always thought the institutions can do a lot of good, when he said, Mr. Speaker, I commend the motion to the House. I just cried. I'm crying now. When Kevin Rudd said that. It's one of those things that was a watershed for me outwardly, but me inwardly as well.
Let's grasp this opportunity to craft a new future for this great land, Australia. Mr. Speaker, I commend the motion to the House.
And it meant I no longer had to, we no longer as stolen children, had to argue that our existence was real. The Prime Minister had said it on behalf of the country in the Parliament on the first day of a new Parliament. We're done with that. We can move on to dealing with the issues of the stolen children, not argue whether they exist or not.
And I understand that you were eligible for reparations, but you chose not to take them.
I have chosen not to do that. I chaired the committee that developed the Victorian reparations package. In developing the package, I had a fairly hands-on approach as the chair. I made the decision that I would not be applying for it because I didn't want anybody being able to call the whole scheme into disrepute, saying that Ian Ham chaired this and he had a heavy influence over design so he could benefit from it personally. Absolutely not. I would not do that because in my mind this is about everybody else. It's not about me.
That work has clearly underpinned your career, going from Teachers College to working in public policy on a number of landmark areas, including Traditional Settlement Act around native title in Victoria that led to different frameworks. And you've got this long, long list of incredible work you've done. Is there a single thing that has underpinned that for you?
The single thing that has run as a thread all through that was that, and it built up over time, but it was that thing of as I've worked out more who I was personally, was finding out who my people are and just refusing to accept, why are my people at the bottom of everything? Why do people talk to us and about us so badly? If my life is to have any meaning to it, it's to do what I can do to ensure my people are better placed in the world when I leave it than when I came into it. I did a bad thing for a public servant. Public servants are supposed to implement the policies of the government of the day. Well, what if they don't have any? Or what if they have is garbage or not very good? If they're garbage, they're not very well thought through. They're short term when they focus on single things, which in effect means you're going nowhere. If we keep doing what we've been doing, we won't change anything. I've got a better idea. And in my journey of the public service, I like to think I contributed to the reshaping of how the government conceives the Aboriginal community, it conceives its role with the Aboriginal community, and help contribute to how we as the Aboriginal community conceive ourselves.
What drives you now?
I suppose now what drives me is still that same thing. What can I do to make a contribution to a better society? I did some work with the Victorian Equal Opportunity Commission in the early 90s around AFL and rust issues emerged there, such as Michael Long, Kiwi Mark, Chris Lewis. So in 1999, the Western Region Football League, it was the Footscray District League in those days, asked me to come along and be racial vilification officer. And I did that for a year. And as a result of that, some of the clubs asked me if I'd stand for the board, and then president said that would be good being on the board, so on and so forth, and I ended up president of the league in 2002. But it did open my mind to a different position, which was, hang on, I'm Aboriginal and I'm not playing football because, suffice to say, I was never in danger of being recruited by any of the AFL clubs to run on up and down the MCG.
That wasn't a risk for you.
Never a risk, you know. That was never going to happen. But my involvement in football was in the administrative side. And I'm president of one of the biggest leagues in Melbourne, one of the big 5 leagues in Melbourne. I think I'm the only Aboriginal person who's ever been in charge of a major sporting institution in this country. As far as I know, I'm the only one that there's been. And that was in the early 2000s. We still focus on blackfellas playing games, not running them. That is enormously frustrating. So now I focus on Aboriginal people being involved in things beyond just Aboriginal affairs. Why aren't we engaged in the discussion around the Australian economy, bringing our Aboriginal values and the things we hold to our heart to the discussion of the economy, or to Australia's political engagements, or to other things that are happening about the whole nation? Our viewpoint is not just about us. It's a contribution we can make to, quite frankly, a better Australia. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm looked to at the moment.
Where you sit on Voice?
I'm very much in favour of The Voice. The Voice is an opportunity for the opinions, views, the aspirations, the hopes of ordinary Aboriginal people to get a look in, to add to the sum total of what's already brought to the discussion about who we are as a people, what our